Hi guys, it's me, HD, and welcome to qualifying day at Suzuka for the 2023 Japanese Grand Prix weekend. Hope you guys are well. Of course, in the UK, it is just gone 3 o'clock in the morning, about 15 or 16 now minutes ago. And yeah, very soon we'll be getting into the final practice session before the all-important qualifying session in a few hours' time. Hope you guys are well, and yeah, no matter what time zone you're in, whether it's, the evening, the afternoon, the morning like it is for me, hope you're all good, and hope you're all ready to enjoy qualifying day here at Suzuka, of course. Saturdays have normally been more exciting in 2023 than Sundays, so I think there is a good chance we could get a good day of action and some exciting battles out there. And yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. But of course, practice 3 getting underway in just under 15 minutes time. Practice 3, of course, will be an hour-long session, and then once that's over, we'll have 2.5 hours to build up to qualifying. Which from now, qualifying starts in 3 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah, sounds a long time. But trust me, it'll go by pretty quickly. So yeah, can't wait to see what happens today. But of course, we have already had a couple practice sessions this weekend. And let me just hide the timer so we can get into what happened in practice 2 yesterday afternoon in Japan. So, Max Verstappen ended up quickest for Red Bull by 0.3 of a second compared to the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris was third, with Sainz in fourth, Russell fifth, Alonso sixth, Albon seventh, Piastri eighth, Sergio Perez in ninth, and Valtteri Bottas ending up in P10. And then the bottom half of the order, it was Stroll, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Hamilton, all the way down in 14th. Of course, had a bit of a struggle with his flying lap at the end. Practice 2. Lawson, Zhou, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Gasly, and Logan Sargent. So yeah, those were the results from second practice. I'll just get the old timer back on screen, as we've got, 12 minutes to go until practice 3 gets underway. So yeah, that was practice 2 yesterday. What am I looking at, going into this session? Well, Red Bull, I'm pretty confident they will have still a pretty clear advantage over the rest of the field, so I wouldn't be surprised if they show that once again in this session. The only things really I'm looking out for is Lewis Hamilton. Can he have much better pace and show, that he can, at least over a single lap, get very close to George Russell, because yeah, yesterday he was half a second slower than Russell in practice 2, and as of late has struggled in qualifying compared to his teammate. But what else is there really to look out for? Well, with Ferrari, of course, they brought a new floor, so if there's extra pace there to be shown, that has, how do I describe this? If there's extra pace there in the Ferrari that is the cause of this new floor upgrade, then yeah, very much would like to see that in this session coming up very shortly. But to be honest, given what we saw in practice 2, I don't think there's that many things to, really look out for in a major way. Compared to other, practice 3 sessions we've had for a qualifying session, going into certain race weekends, because the field really is looking about right for, I think, what most people expected, even with Red Bull, being back to the front of the field. Yeah, it looks about as expected for the entire field. So we'll see in the session if any interesting new patterns crop up that cause us to shift our opinion as to what's going to happen in qualifying. Talking of Red Bull, though, I would like to touch on something quick. And I need to touch on this quickly. I did see a couple popular-ish F1 Twitter accounts in the F1 community in the last, 10, 20 hours or so. I did see a couple tweets about how, that Red Bull, what happened in Singapore for Red Bull was still down to the technical directive. And those people are so incredibly stupid. There is no evidence that Red Bull's poor pace in Singapore was down to the new technical directive in terms of moving parts on the cars. Absolutely no evidence at all. And the new flaw that Red Bull have now got on both cars this weekend and is working a lot better than it did a week ago. There was no issue with the flaw before the Singapore Grand Prix. That's why the new flaw that they brought for Singapore, which didn't quite work but is working now, they brought that just as an upgrade. It wasn't because they anticipated magically that a technical directive was going to come to, prevent them being as quick as they were before. In terms of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, in terms of the Red Bull technical directive narrative, when it comes to people trying to claim that the reason Red Bull last week was so slow is because of that technical directive, there just isn't evidence to suggest that. And definitely, their poor pace last week was a setup issue. That's what the problem was. Had nothing to do with the new technical directive. So, that's why Red Bull this weekend are now back to their best. And they put the new floor on. It's working very well. They appear to be a few kilometers an hour quicker through the corners than they were previously. And that's why Red Bull looks so dominant already so far this weekend, is because that new floor clearly has given them an extra 2-3 tenths of a second compared to what they had before. So, just want to dispel those myths, I guess, before we go into the rest of the weekend. It's pretty clear to see now that it was just a one-off bad race. Similar, really, to what Mercedes had at the same Grand Prix as well back in 2015, where it was just a bad race for them, and they just didn't have a good enough overall setup / car to execute the result that weekend. And that's why that weekend, all the way back in 2015, they were so poor. But then the race after were back to their best. So, But in terms of weather for today, that's one thing I need to touch on quickly before we get into this session. They're just currently showing some live pictures, and it is mostly sunny at Suzuka, and the weather actually looks pretty good. So, should be a dry day. And tomorrow, I think, definitely is a dry and probably sunny day at Suzuka, and looks pretty warm by the looks of it. The fans, not there are some fans that aren't necessarily dressed in coats or anything. So the weather looks pretty good, and we'll be underway in just over 5 minutes time. One final thing to get into before we get into this session, of course, is there is a poll running at the top of the live chat where I've asked you guys who is going to get pole position today for the Japanese Grand Prix of 2023. Your options are Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, and Norris. Out of those four, let me know, who do you think gets pole position for the Japanese Grand Prix? My prediction, I will let you know later on in the stream when building up to qualifying. But want to hear from you guys in regards to that. And looks pretty warm for Suzuka this time of year. A packed house, which is great to see, and cars will be on track very shortly. And of course, throughout the stream, if you've got any questions you want to ask, just want to post any thoughts in regards to qualifying today in the live chat, then make sure to post them and I will try to read out as many good comments as I can, obviously, during the stream as the F1 intro now begins to play. So, we'll be underway in just a moment. Of course, I'll cut to the watch-along screen in a few moments as well. But let me just quickly read out a super chat from Turbo GSR, $5, who says, "Thank you for the stream, Chazza. No problem. And thank you very much for the contribution." Let me see if I can find a couple more comments before we get into this session. Track Gravel Good. I don't know how to pronounce your username. Says the race for watch is going to be 2nd to 4th and 5th to 8th. Yeah, basically. I think 2nd to 4th, I think we'll get a pretty good battle this weekend, especially in the race tomorrow. But yeah, in terms of who wins the Japanese Grand Prix, don't think that's going to be really that that's surprising in terms of who wins the race. Big Pappy D says massive Logan Sargent masterclass incoming. Brett says it's 82 Fahrenheit there. Yeah, it's I mean, you know, obviously their seasons are different to us in Europe, but normally at Suzuka it tends to be more jumper coat like weather. But the track temperature currently 43 degrees Celsius and the air temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. That is very hot for Suzuka at this time of year. Let me see if there's any more comments, and no, don't think I can see any. So yeah, we'll get into the start of this session in what, a couple minutes time. And of course, during the stream, make sure to smash that like button. Does help the channel, of course, in the algorithm, and of course helps me see that you guys enjoy the content. So if you do enjoy the content, again, make sure to smash that like button. As yeah, see quite a few different fans in the grandstands. Ferrari fans, Sonoda fans, of course. Sonoda, Japanese driver. A Mexican flag in the grandstands as well. As I said in my practice watch-alongs yesterday, the Japanese fans are the best, and they always have been, and probably always will be. There is a dedicated Charles Leclerc fan in the in the grandstand. Max Verstappen is just getting ready to get in his, well, not quite getting ready to get in his car. Currently having a chat with the Red Bull team boss, Christian Horner. Anyway, let's come away from this and get into practice 3, which of course will be an hour-long session. And I'll let you know when the cars get out on track. As Lando Norris not in his car yet, having a chat with his engineer by the looks of it. Lance Stroll is currently in his car, but Sergio Perez, unfortunately, is not. And Perez, one of the drivers, I think, to look out for in this session in terms of his lap time compared to his teammate, because in practice 1 and practice 2, he was absolutely miles off Max Verstappen. In practice too, he was 1 full second slower than Verstappen, which, I mean, yeah, we've seen it before, but most of the time, even when Perez is not at his absolute best, Perez is a second slower than Max. So, yeah, need to see a better performance here. As the session has begun, about 15 seconds in. And yeah, I'll sync up the timer screen in about 40 seconds time as Ferrari just fitting some tyres. Carlos Sainz's car is Oscar Piastri just getting his earplugs in and getting ready to get out on track. So yeah, I'll let you know who the first cars on track are in a few moments' time. There is a big Sergio Perez fan in the grandstand, jumping up and down. Great to see. There you go. 59 minutes to go in practice 3, and still don't think there's any cars on the track. Sky F1 actually on the broadcast is showing Lewis Hamilton's helmet. His new, very unique helmet for this weekend. It looks almost like a Daft Punk type helmet in a way. It's nice to see. A nice helmet. But let me just come back to the chat quickly, because FIFA is just asking. That was asking. Where is your tech man, Chaz Rooksfoot? I mean, well, he just hid a comment. There he is. Yeah, he's just, you know, lurking around. But yeah. What do you call it? A lot of the, you know, normal people that are here probably won't be here as much during this stream, because of obviously the very much different timing of the sessions, and the two main bases, fan not two main fan bases. Let me rephrase that. The two main geographic areas that watch my content are Europe and North America. And you know, on the east coast of America, it's what, 10:30 at night, and then in LA on the west coast, it's like what, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. So not too bad for people in North America. And if you are from North America and you're watching, make sure to shout yourself out in the chat. But yeah, obviously for people in Europe, it's pretty bad. But I think we'll definitely see some more people coming when we get to qualifying, which at least for Europeans is a bit of a better time compared to practice 3. As still no cars on track. I'll let you know when we get some. Bit surprised there's no cars on track, I have to say, because we don't have the alternate tyre allocation this weekend, where, because of that sometimes being in effect at certain weekends, it forces teams to save tyres during practice, but don't believe that's in force this weekend, so I'm not quite sure why nobody's decided to get out there on the track when the weather is so nice. Rook says, "Hey Chaz, I'm looking forward to Nib mocking us then when we moan about the time." Yeah. Well, probably tomorrow when I do my race watch along, probably going to bring him on a bit earlier than normal, because obviously he'll be raring to go given the time it will be for him. So yeah. As Logan Sargent in the Williams garage just sat at the back. not even got his helmet on, just sat waiting. It doesn't look like a lot of the teams, they don't look like they're really in a rush to get out there, which again is really weird to me. It's only an hour-long session. And now, finally, we have a car on track, and it is a Ferrari, I think, yes, of Carlos Sainz, who is very slowly coming out of the pit lane. I mean, very slowly, I mean extremely slowly. Soft compound tyre. Just a quick reminder, the 3 tyre compounds this weekend are the C3, C2, and C1. 3 hardest compounds that Pirelli normally bring. Of course, you do have the C0, but that's never going to be brought to a Grand Prix. Needed in an emergency, but that's not going to happen. But yeah, the difference between the tyres, I mentioned yesterday, but I'll mention it again for anyone that was not watching yesterday. The difference between the soft and the medium this weekend should be, as now Charles Leclerc is on track. So the difference between the soft and the medium should be about half a second, but then from the medium to the hard, the difference should be about a second per lap. And according to Pirelli, after the practice sessions on Friday, they are already forecasting a 2-stop race on Sunday due to high thermal degradation. I think it's what they said. Thermal degradation is basically overheating tires, which I think the reason that's happening is because, one, it is probably, well, it is a bit warmer at Suzuka than it normally is for a F1 weekend, but also the hard compound tire this weekend. It's such a hard tire that nobody really wants to use it. So the softs and the mediums will be the tires really used, today and tomorrow. As Liam Lawson is getting strapped into his car. Also, that's one thing I forgot to mention. Breaking news 2 or 3 hours ago that AlphaTauri have officially confirmed their driver lineup for 2024, and their driver lineup will be Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo, meaning there is just one slot on the grid left to decide, which is the second seat at Williams, currently occupied by Logan Sargent. Still, I don't think we've had enough haven't heard enough from the Williams team boss James Vowles to suggest that Logan definitely is going to keep his seat. The rumours are that he will keep his seat, but again, we still haven't heard enough to suggest that that is definitely the case. I'm hoping someone better comes in to replace him. We'll see if that happens. 2 Ferraris are now on their first flying laps, but Sky tried to cut away to a conversation with Ed Kravitz and Bernie Collins in the pit lane. But I got to say, once again, and I think I praised earlier this season, but Bernie Collins on the Sky F1 coverage this season has been so good. Of course, he used to be the head of race strategy at Aston Martin / Racing Point / Force India between, I think, what was it, 2016, 2015, 2016, something like that, until end of last season. And yeah, what an addition she's been to the Sky F1 team. As back on track, Leclerc has done a purple first sector. Carlos Sainz has gone quickest. Let me just hold on, let me just wait to see where Leclerc goes. Leclerc goes quickest on a 1:31.9, which is almost a second slower than he was in practice 2 yesterday. Of course, he did that time on the soft compound tyre. So it's currently a Ferrari 1-2 as Yuki Tsunoda is just getting ready to get in to his AlphaTauri, which still hasn't got any tyres on it. We're, 10 minutes into the session. And now we've got an Aston Martin on track of Lance Stroll. Stroll out there on a set of hard compound tyres. So they're not going to be very quick at all. Yeah, from the difference between the soft and the hard compound tyre this weekend should be, over a single lap, it should be second and a half, something like that. The majority of that 1.5 second difference will be through the first sector, where of course the softer tyres give you so much more grip. Stroll begins his first lap. His first lap of the day. We've got now the two McLarens on an out lap. Piastri and Norris. One else still in the pit lane. Stroll coming through turn 7, the end of the S's. And his first sector time, half a second down on Leclerc. Pretty good on this hard tyre. Now coming through to the hairpin. That's all losing the rear end quite a bit there on the exit, and also losing the rear end on the exit of the hairpin. So yeah, not great. Cost him probably a couple tenths of a second. Oscar Piastri is now on a flying lap on the soft compound tyre, and has already gone a third of a second better than Leclerc in sector 1. Stroll, yeah, is heading for third place with this lap. Be nowhere near the two Ferraris. This is going to be probably a mid 133. Esteban Ocon now on track on an out lap, and yeah, 133.6 as Lando Norris now does a purple first sector, and Norris's first sector, the best first sector we've seen all weekend, 31.7. Actually, no, it's not the best first sector of the weekend. The best first sector of the weekend so far is a 31.5. Practice 2 yesterday, so apologies about that. Let's just see the McLarens over the line as Oscar Piastri comes round the final corner. And he does go quickest by 3/4 of a tenth. So Piastri is quickest for McLaren. And Lando Norris, purple middle sector. And yeah, this is going to be the quickest lap of the session so far as he comes through the final corner. And it's a 1:31.1. That is a very good first run from Lando Norris. That is, I think, matching the best time he did in practice 2 yesterday. It's Norris, Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, and then Lance Stroll is in 5th. We've now got Ocon, Gasly, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Zhou, Bottas, Russell, Lawson, and now Lewis Hamilton. And Sergio Perez now entering the track for outlaps. Now, get this session properly going as the Alpine of Esteban Ocon on track on a set of soft tyres. Alpine yesterday were pretty slow. Not really surprised though, their pace. Never thought they were going to be quick. Can they show maybe a bit more today? Let's find out. The best lap time I think Alpine did yesterday was a 1:31.7, I think, or 31.8. So let's see how close they get to that first lap of the day. As Ocon through the S's he comes. Alpine looking pretty beautiful in sunshine. And his first sector is, wow, very slow. 5.5 tenths slower than Norris in sector 1 alone. We did see that though yesterday with Alpine. They were very slow in sector 1 in practice 2. I think it was almost 0.8 of a second they were giving away to Red Bull, which is a monumental amount of time. As Ocon now coming in Boone. And car through there looks perfect, but how quick is this middle sector? Comes up to it, and yeah, not good. Almost pretty much a second slower than Norris after the first two sectors, and this will put him in 5th place. There's quite a bit of understeer through the entry to the final chicane. And here comes Esteban Ocon, who goes 5th, 1.1 seconds down on Lando Norris, but that is not the best time of the weekend for them so far. So definite improvement can be found for Alpine, as I believe Lewis Hamilton is now on a flying lap for Mercedes, and he's coming through the S's. Okay, so he's going through turn 7 now. Let's see what his first sector is like. And it's 1/4 of a second down on Norris, which is not great. As Kevin Magnussen now goes up to 5th place for Haas F1. And then you've got Pierre Gasly up to 7th. Not anymore, because Nico Hulkenberg goes up to 6th place. Joe now improves up to 8th for Alfa Romeo. As Lewis Hamilton, after the first two sectors, 0.6 of a second down on Lando Norris, and Hamilton is on the soft compound tyre. As George Russell goes 2nd, but is 0.6 of a second slower with that lap. But quite a bit slower, Russell, with that lap compared to the best time yesterday. As Hamilton comes to the line, and he now goes 2nd. So it is now Norris, Hamilton, Russell, all British top 3. And then Sergio Perez is up to 4th. Let me just update that. Perez up to P4. And then you got Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Ocon, the rest of your top 10. And then Zhou, Bottas, Gasly, Stroll, and Liam Lawson in 15th is the final driver to have set a time. Yuki Tsunoda currently on a flying lap. Max Verstappen is on an out lap. I'm going to find out of the blocks how quick can Max Verstappen go. Best time yesterday, a 1:30.6. I would imagine the best time we'll see in practice 3 today will probably be a low 1:30, if not, at the absolute best, a late 1:29. But probably a low 1:30. So let's see what Max can do. I'm just going to have a quick drink, though, before we get into this lap. So just give me a second, guys. As Max Verstappen now begins his first lap of the day. And normally we see first lap of the day, Max go out there and immediately bang in an amazing lap. Let's see how amazing this one will be. Oh, car on the inside there between turn 1 and 2. Thought that might have distracted him, but it didn't at all. Now he comes through the exit. Red Bull look absolutely on rails through there. Through turn 7. Yeah, perfect. First sector is only just quicker than Lando Norris by 0.003 of a second. Verstappen through the hairpin now. Slightly unstable rear end through there. Have a bit of a jockey on the steering wheel. Now coming into the spoon curve. And the car through there just looks, yeah, perfect. Well, not that perfect, because he had a slight bit of oversteer on the exit. As his middle sector is once again purple. And he's now a 10th of a second up on Norris, but this is definitely not the best lap he can do. It will still probably put him P1 as he exits the final chicane. And Max Verstappen, did he get into the 1 minute 30s? Yes, he does. It is a 1:30.9 for Max Verstappen. So, put him up there. As yet, 0.2 of a second quicker than Lando Norris. There's Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Gasly, Leclerc, Sainz, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Joe Bottas, Stroll, and then Gasly, Lawson, Tsunoda. Now, only 3 drivers have not set a time, which is the 2 Williamses of Albon and Sargent and Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin. But Alonso is now on track on an outlap. It's just a play of Max flinging the car in. Degner 1 and Degner 2. Trickiest part of Suzuka. As Leclerc on a better lap. Off tyre. Coming through the final chicane now. Slight wiggle on the rear end, but he comes to the line and goes third. Not a great final sector, though. It's, what, a 31.6, which is still nowhere near as good as what Ferrari can do. Fernando Alonso now on a flying lap. Hopefully we get to see Fernando, who was pretty quick yesterday. And here we go. Fernando coming through the Degners and getting quite aggressive over the exit curve of the second Degner. Might have done some damage to his car. We'll have to see later. And, yeah, has a bit of a scruffy hairpin. As Alonso now coming to spoon. And, yep, through there, the Aston Martin looks, okay. Slightly pedestrian on the exit. And he's about 0.8 of a second down on Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. So this will probably put him up to 8th or 9th place. Will this lap come through the final chicane? Now, definitely could be a better lap from Alonso. But he goes only 11th. Poor end to the lap for Alonso. Yeah, 11th place only for now, and here's a replay of him going straddling the exit curb of the second Degner, and definitely that would have cost him probably a 10th and a half, something like that. So definitely he could go quicker and probably get about on the similar pace with Carlos Sainz in 8th place, as Liam Lawson improves up to 15th. Valtteri Bottas has improved his lap time but stays in 14th. Bottas also one to look out for today because he was, very surprisingly, in the top 10 practice 2 yesterday. He can keep that up. Alonso just letting through now Patari on a quick lap, I think. As both Williams is now Albon and Sargent on outlaps. Hamilton back in the garage, getting presumably refueled for maybe a heavier field run. As here comes Alex Albon through 130R on the soft tyre, and he's about to start flying lap, but Sky have gone to an ad break 25 minutes in to final practice. Right, let me come to you guys in the chat whilst we wait for the ad break to finish. Crystal Racing, good to see you, mate, says an ungodly hour to watch F1, more specific to be watching Chaz. Crystal Racing also saying the reason I think 2023 is the worst since 2000, he's talking about the quality of the grid, by the way, because I know you about that yesterday. He says the reason I think 2023 is worse than 2000 is because Bottas, Hulkenberg, Perez, Ricciardo, and even Hamilton and Alonso are aging, plus the kids of Zhou, Tsunoda, Stroll, and Sargent are very poor. That's true, but with those aging drivers that you've mentioned, yeah, Perez, Ricciardo, Bottas, I think, yeah, I can see why maybe some people, even quite a lot of people, would think, yeah, they're past their prime. But, you know, with Hamilton and Alonso, they've had a great season. They're still pretty close to their best. Hulkenberg's had a really amazing season. He's just been let down by the team, really. And then with the kids you mentioned, or the, you know, more so kids, they're not necessarily the absolute youngest on the grid. I mean, yeah, they're not, you know, those particular drivers, they're not delivering maybe what we hoped, but there are other young drivers on the grid that are delivering. I mean, Lando Norris is still young. Got Oscar Piastri. You've got Gasly is still, I think, pretty young as well. I think that's another thing to mention is the grid we've got is actually pretty young still. Pierre Gasly feels like he's been in F1 for like 10 years and he's only 27. Of course, he started in Formula 1 in back end of 2017. But yeah, you know, I think Formula 1, I think the quality of the grid, like I said, is still the highest that you know, that it's ever been, in my view. Again, there are certain other eras where I think you could argue it was even better, but yeah, I think the current grid is the best. And even when we see Hamilton and Alonso retire eventually, whenever that is, probably in the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 years, you know, the people that are currently in their 20s now, I think, you know, once they become the more so experienced drivers, I think Formula 1 will still be in safe hands in terms of the quality of the grid, even without Hamilton and Alonso. Turbo GSR, another super chat for $5. Thanks, mate. Says, how many years ago was it when Ted Kravitz and Paulie Resta came out as gay? It's so amazing to finally have some homosexuals in F1.com. Cheers for that, mate. Crystal Racing saying 2015 to 2016 was decent enough, although I agree there were a couple weak things like Harriento and Palmer. To be fair, Mary and Stevens never stood a chance of doing anything. That is true, but I think I think, to be honest with Manor, I think I wouldn't say they deliberately picked two drivers who definitely weren't, you know, good enough for one, but I think they tried to pick drivers that definitely would have brought a bit more financial backing. At the time, Manor were struggling quite a bit and didn't even really get going until like 3 races in. Sky back from the ad break, and it is currently Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton for top 4, and then Russell, Perez, Piastri, Sainz, Magnussen. Alex Albon is now in 10th place after that first run on the soft tyre. Got Hulkenberg, Alonso, Ocon, Sargent in 14th. Then Joe Bottas, Sonoda in 17th. And then Gasly, Lawson, and Stroll. As Lance Stroll is on a better lap, but again, he is on the hard compound tyre. Going through the final chicane now. Don't know how much better of a lap he's on, really. Because he's improved his first sector, but his middle sector is not a personal best. And it's a better... Is it a better lap? No, it's not. He's 0.2 of a second slower, actually. So, yeah. But again, he's on the hard compound tyre. Tyre corrected. With that lap, he would have gone... I don't know, top 8 or something. But his best lap is currently 2 seconds slower than Max Verstappen. And he's on a tyre compound that's 1.5 seconds slower than the soft. So, Stroll's lap, to be honest, is actually absolutely fine, if not pretty good, for a first few laps of the day. As Alonso, I think, is back out there, ready for another flying lap. Not the greatest first flying lap he had. And actually, no, he's coming back into the pit lane. Fernando. Probably back into the garage as George Russell pits as well. We have got Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc on an outlap. So are Sergio Perez and Carlos Sainz. As a Ferrari there, passing Sergio Perez in spoon. And both of those cars on the soft tyres, so maybe this will be a further improvement. But Perez at the minute, almost, again, second slower than Max. I think, at best, 0.8 of a second, the gap between Verstappen and Perez. So, got to do better than that. And yeah, 0.8 of a second the gap is. For some reason on that lap, or on their best lap so far, Perez was nearly 0.5 seconds slower in the middle sector. So he must have made a mistake through there, because the middle sector here at Suzuka is not exactly the hardest sector in the world. Now starts a new flying lap. So let's see what Sergio Perez has on this lap. It's coming through the S's now. Through turn 7, which in these cars is, I think, flat out now. And his first sector is not a personal best, but it is only 0.5 tenth slower than his previous personal best. Let's see what the rest of the lap is like. Perez through the hairpin. Oh, looks fine through there, no problems. Fernando Alonso, by the way, is now on an outlap. So is Lawson and Stroll at the back. Alonso actually coming back into the pit lane again. Perez looked fine there through spoon. What is his middle sector like? It is a lot better. Only 0.5 second down now on Max after the first 2 sectors. And ran quite wide through the chicane. Just carried too much speed in, I think. And that would have cost him a couple tenths of a second. And he doesn't, well, he cost him even more time than that. And he does not improve his time. But if that final chicane, if he had aced it, I think Perez probably would have gone into the, well, definitely into the top 5, but probably into 3rd place with that lap. Looking good. Middle sector especially was a lot better than what we saw before. Here is Liam Lawson out there on a set of mediums. Yuki Tsunoda also has done his best time on the mediums. Lawson coming back into the pit lane. AlphaTauri on a different program, as we've got only 25 minutes to go in practice 3. Lawson is doing a practice pit stop, and now will be wheeled back in the AlphaTauri garage, and now they'll, I think, properly focus on doing some quali sim runs. And wheeled back in. Quite a few Tsunoda fans in the grandstands that they're just showing there on the broadcast, and yeah, great news for them. Japanese motorsport overall, that they've got a Japanese driver on the grid for another season, and Tsunoda clearly deserves to be on the grid for another season. He's a very solid midfield driver now, Yuki, and great that AlphaTauri have kept him. But yeah, it is a shame that AlphaTauri won't have Liam Lawson alongside Tsunoda, because I think really long term that's the better lineup for the team. Tsunoda and Ricciardo is what they've gone for. We'll see if Ricciardo can, put in performances that match or even better than what Lawson has already done. Right, go to another ad break. Crystal Racing says, sorry, Magnussen's aging since it, even though he's still only 30, he's slipped off a cliff since the second half of 2022. Although I wonder how much having Grosjean as a teammate flattered K-Mag. Hulk is clearly much better in so many aspects. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think, when Magnussen was getting some of his best results in qualifying and even in the races past, 2018, 2019, Grosjean wasn't exactly at his best, was he? It wasn't prime Romain Grosjean. And Grosjean was, I think, better than Magnussen in 2017. And then Romain just dropped off the cliff in 2018. Got worse and worse. And then, of course, was out of the sport by the end of 2020. So yeah, definitely got a point there with Magnussen. But it's hard to say. I think Kevin has definitely got the speed to be able to be, still fast in qualifying on a much more consistent basis and still put in good performances. But I think on its own, this has just not been a good year for Kevin Magnussen. It's not been peak Kevin Magnussen. It's not been the Kevin Magnussen we saw even last year. Was pretty good. The Kevin Magnussen we saw last year, especially at the start of the year, he was one of the top few performing drivers on the grid for the first 5 races of the season. Find any more comments here. Kiefer says, I have to say Japan Suzuka is my favourite F1 track, although Belgium and Silverstone is up there for me. Yeah, I mean, it's a great debate to have. What is the best track on the F1 calendar? I think really it has to be between Spa, Silverstone, Suzuka. Monaco, I think you'd have to throw in there as well. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but in qualifying, it is a spectacular track to watch the cars go around. I think my favorite is probably Suzuka, but I don't think just because Suzuka is my favorite doesn't necessarily mean it is the best track on the calendar or the best track in the world. And I think as well, in terms of determining the best track in the world, I don't think, I might be wrong on this, so don't quote me on this, but I don't think it's been objectively decided that, or what determines a track being great. It's very subjective. That so yeah. Again, my favorite track is Suzuka, but in terms of the best racetrack on the calendar, yeah, it's a constant debate. I think I have said before, and I probably would stick with it still. The best track on the calendar is probably Spa, but yeah, definitely up for debate. Alex Albon is on another flying lap, currently in 10th place. I'm sure he can do a lot better than that, given he was in 7th in practice too. And yeah, personal best first sector for Williams. He now comes up to the hairpin. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri both on an outlap, by the way. See what they can do in a moment if they're back out there on soft tyres. As Alex Albon is now heading towards Spoon. And that car through there looking very good. What's his middle sector time going to be like? This is really the run down to 130R. This is really where the Williams is at its best around this track because of how constant you're on throttle for. As Alex Albon actually did not do a personal best middle sector, unfortunately. But he comes around the final corner to the line and unfortunately, yeah, doesn't improve. About 1/10 slower than he went before. Here's a replay of Charles Leclerc losing the rear end quite a bit at the exit of the second Degner, which is turn 9. Yeah, quite a tank slapper, but he held it very well. And here's Carlos Sainz. Very good save on the exit of the first Degner where he went too wide. And even picked up some gravel, but again, did well to hold it. If you get into the gravel, you know, fully on the gravel in that first Degner, pretty hard to save the car going forward after that. As Oscar Piastri has done a purple first and second sector. And by 0.4 seconds, goes quicker than Max Verstappen. That is a very good lap by Oscar Piastri. A 1:30.5. That's the best lap time of the weekend so far. And now we've got Lando Norris out there on a better lap. And yeah, he's done a purple first sector. Has Norris. So are McLaren now showing maybe they have got a real turn of speed. Into Spoon Norris goes. And I mean, didn't have to adjust on the steering wheel that much, but he didn't really get into the apex of the first or second part of Spoon. But he is up on Piastri by 0.08 seconds as Zhou Guanyu and Valtteri Bottas have improved their lap times. Zhou is up to 4th place for Alfa Romeo as Lando Norris by 0.5 didn't have a great final sector, a bit of a messy final chicane for Lando, but he does go quickest on a 1:30.5, so it is currently a McLaren 1-2, and then it is Verstappen in 3rd, Zhou 4th for Alfa Romeo, and then Valtteri Bottas has now gone up to 6th. So yeah, it's Norris, Piastri, Verstappen, Zhou, Leclerc, Bottas, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Magnussen, your top 10. And then the rest of the field, it's Hulkenberg, Sainz, Sargent, Albon, Gasly, Alonso, who is now on an improved lap. No, it's not that quick. Yeah, Gasly, Alonso, Ocon, Tsunoda, Lawson, Stroll. Yeah, Alonso 9/10 of a second slower than Norris on this lap so far as he goes wide in the first part of the chicane. And this is going to put him into the top 10. Yep, goes up to 4th. Actually, very good final sector despite that mistake. But once everybody else improves, that is not going to look very good for Alonso. But with Lando Norris, from what I saw with his lap, I think there was probably another 0.2 of a second in that lap of his. So, yeah, McLaren, their pace, not amazing, but it looks a bit better than I was expecting to see with nearly 14 minutes to go in the final practice session before qualifying. As here is Valtteri Bottas on the soft compound tyre. Is he going to go for another quick run? Alfa Romeo currently 5th and 7th. Valtteri Bottas is going to come back into the pit lane, isn't he? Oh no, he's going to come onto the pit straight, but he's going very slowly. So maybe he's just doing an aero test, straight line speed test or something like that. As the McLaren of Lando Norris begins another quick lap and is already into turn 1 and turn 2. As we now look at Esteban Ocon slowly coming through 130R. Is he going to be doing a better lap this time? He's on an out lap. Let's see what Esteban is going to do. Was it quite a bit quicker than Gasly in practice too yesterday? And yeah, Ocon now begins one of his final laps before qualifying. Let's see what pace Alpine have got before qualifying later. And doesn't quite get into the apex as much of turn 2 as other teams are able to. Now into the S's, where Alpine have not been very quick. Yeah, the car doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look, and it doesn't stand out whatsoever compared to other cars. And Ocon 9/10 of a second slower than Norris in the first sector. That is monumental. That really is, where the Alpine is so slow this weekend. Doesn't have a great hairpin there, Ocon. And the first sector that Lando did on his best lap, by the way, is the best first sector time we've had this weekend. 31.3 from Lando. Ocon comes up to the middle sector point and is now 1.4 seconds down after the first 2 sectors. This is not really going to push him that higher up the field. Maybe even just a position or 2. So yeah, not a great lap, and Alpine not looking quick at all. As Ocon, not a bad final sector, but he only goes up to 12th place. But I'm sure he won't stay there, because you've got Carlos Sainz below him, Alex Albon. 2 AlphaTauris have not done a soft tyre run yet, neither has Lance Stroll. His teammate, Pierre Gasly, is on an out lap. So, yeah, that's not a great lap at all from Ocon. They're looking at Zhou on the soft tyre, currently 5th. Is he going for another quick lap? Yes, he is. So let's see what Zhou Guanyu can do. As Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton now on out laps. So we'll see what they've got. Final 10 minutes of practice 3. As Zhou flying through the S's. And yeah, car looks absolutely fine through there. The Alfa Romeo was surprisingly quite quick through the S's in practice 2 yesterday. They were actually quicker than Mercedes through there. But Zhou, not that quick at all through the S's on that occasion. Not a personal best first sector. But it is a personal best first sector for Lewis Hamilton behind him. Hopefully, they'll switch to Hamilton in a moment. We can see how Lewis is going to improve from 8th place. And how close can Mercedes get to the McLarens? Yeah, Zhou quite clearly on a slow lap here. Nowhere near as quick as his personal best lap of a 1:31.6. Lewis Hamilton, his lap not really that good as George Russell improves, but only goes up to 4th place and is almost 1 full second slower than Norris on that lap. Lewis Hamilton now goes 4th. And Hamilton 3.5 tenths quicker than Russell. Max Verstappen has not done a purple first sector, very surprisingly. But can he still end up quickest? Through Spoon he comes. And car looks a lot better through there than it did previously. That's Verstappen for the middle sector. He does a purple middle sector, but he is overall, after the first 2 sectors, a couple hundredths of a second slower than Norris. As through the final chicane he comes. Perfect through there. Surely will go quickest, just about from Lando Norris. And he does. What a final sector. A quarter of a second quicker. And Max Verstappen goes P1 on a 1:30.2. Scores Red Bull to the top. But yeah, first sector couldn't match the McLaren. As now we've got the 2 Ferraris out there on an outlap, so we'll get to see what their pace is like. But McLaren, got to say, they don't look that far off Red Bull compared to what I expected coming into today. I thought they would be not even half a second away from Red Bull. I thought it'd be a bit more than that after practice yesterday. So yeah, looking good for McLaren. Very encouraging. Let's see what Ferrari are capable of. Ferrari's best lap time in practice 2 yesterday was a 1:31.0. So, and you know, Verstappen's just at a 1:30.2. So there is quite a bit of time to gain. They're going to be going into P1. Realistically, they're probably going to be matching McLaren here with their lap times. But let's see what they truly have these final few minutes before qualifying. As Carlos Sainz exits the final corner. And now begins what is maybe going to be his final lap before qualifying. And the Ferrari looking very good through turn 1 and turn 2. Max Verstappen now enters the pit lane, so he's probably done now for the rest of the session. Carlos Sainz through the S's. Car looking good. And let's see what that first sector time is. Half a second. 5.5 tenths actually, slower than Verstappen. Once again, Ferrari losing way too much time in that first sector like we saw yesterday. What's Leclerc done for the first sector? It's better than Sainz, but only by half a tenth. So yeah, Ferrari miles off in sector 1, which I'm really surprised at. But through Spoon, Carlos Sainz not quite getting into the apex of the second part of Spoon. Not a great lap for Carlos. What's his middle sector looking like? It's, yeah, not great. He's 7 tenths of a second slower than Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. As Sainz now exits the final chicane and is going to go probably 4th. Yes, he does. And nearly 9/10 of a second slower than Verstappen. So Carlos Sainz in 4th. Here comes Charles Leclerc to the line, who does a 1:31.0, and that is matching what they did in practice 2 yesterday. So not great lap times there from Ferrari, but they can go quicker because, yeah, there's no doubt that, well, in practice 3, everyone theoretically should be going quicker than what they did in practice 2. Ferrari only matching what they did in practice 2. So, yeah, Ferrari have got more pace in the bag. There is no doubt about that. Sergio Perez now goes up to 4th, but is still 3/4 of a second away from Max Verstappen, his teammate. But at least puts the Red Bull in a better position. Here is Yuki Tsunoda being distracted by the Haas in the S's. Shouts on the radio, "Come on, man." And, yeah. Kevin Magnussen, who's putting his hand up to say sorry. If that was tapping qualifying, though, I don't think Magnussen would get a penalty, because I don't think he was properly blocking Tsunoda. More of a distraction than anything. But, yeah, nearly 3.5 minutes to go, guys, in practice 3. And it's Verstappen, Norris, Piastri, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, and go. So, yeah, Ferrari, they are not showing as much of the pace as what they do have. There's definitely more pace in that Ferrari. And for Mercedes, their best lap time so far is a 131.1, I think it is. When their best time yesterday, I think, was a 1:31.2 or 31.3. So I think there is more time in the Mercedes as well. So Ferrari and Mercedes definitely not as quick as they could be, and as quick as they probably will be in qualifying. As this one update that Yuki Tsunoda is now 14th. Liam Lawson currently in 20th. Is on a better lap as Lance Stroll on the soft tyre only went up to 18th place. Quite embarrassing. 0.6 of a second slower than Alonso. As Liam Lawson, not a great middle sector, and this is probably going to keep Lawson in the bottom 3 or 4 positions. He comes through the final chicane, and Liam Lawson goes, 17th. AlphaTauri, pretty slow. Definitely nowhere near as quick as I expected them to be. And into the final 2 minutes, and that is, guys, pretty much it for practice 3. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more improvement of lap time. I think everyone now is coming out onto the track, just coming out to do one more practice start, plus do a practice start on the grid itself. Yeah, that is pretty much the session done. What is there to take from this session? Well, the only thing to take is that McLaren are closer to Red Bull than they were yesterday. That is clear to see. Now, that doesn't mean McLaren are going to be fighting legitimately for pole and getting pole position, but they are closer to Red Bull than they were yesterday. And that is good to see. They're about what? About 0.2 of a second closer to Red Bull. But other than that, I don't think we can really read that much into everybody else. And in terms of my predictions for qualifying, I am, gonna probably just stick with what I've got. There's not much in this session we've seen that's really shown us anything different about a lot of the teams. As Lewis Hamilton Just whipping round 130R to, I think, do a practice start. Well, not right now, but he will be doing so soon. Or is he going to try and start one final lap before the checkered flag? He does cross the line. Don't know if he's got DRS open. If he has, or hopefully he has, and let's see what Mercedes have got right at the end of practice 3. Max Verstappen has now met the checkered flag, and the checkered flag has now fallen. So these will be the last laps of the session. As Lewis Hamilton, yeah, this is not a quick lap. He's nowhere near the pace of Verstappen, as he's going to be, 3.5 seconds slower. Verstappen. 3.5 seconds slower than Verstappen in Sector 1. Yeah, not a quick lap. So, yeah, there you go. That is the third and final practice session before qualifying. And qualifying starts in 2.5 hours' time. I will just start now getting up the gaps on screen so you guys can have a look at that. Then get into build up to qualifying as, Verstappen ending up on a 1:30.2 and 1/4 of a second quicker than Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri, very impressive for him to only be 0.04 of a second slower, half a tenth slower overall compared to Norris, given that he has a lack of experience as Piastri at this particular track. Perez in 4th, not only way behind his teammate, but half a second away from the McLarens. Red Bull will not be happy with that going into qualifying. And then you've got Leclerc in 5th, Carlos Sainz in 6th. Pretty clear to see that Ferrari have got more pace in the bag. And I'm going to have to get up the live F1 timing on my end to do the rest of the gaps quickly. So just give me a couple minutes, guys, to get this all up. And then I'll be able to display it on screen for a few seconds or so, or a minute or so. As now the driver's doing a practice start on the grid. So, yeah. Ferrari and Mercedes can definitely go quicker. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Bit surprised that George Russell was so far behind his teammate Lewis Hamilton. 0.4 of a second in the end. Then we've got Alonso in the top 10, not looking as great as yesterday, but at least he's still in there. And then you've got Zhou Guanyu in 10th place. Alfa Romeo once again looking a bit stronger, quite a bit stronger than we expected for this race this weekend. And then you've got Bottas in 11th. Magnussen in 12th, looking stronger at least compared to teammate Hulkenberg, compared to yesterday. And then Ocon in 13th, with Yuki Tsunoda in 14th place. Yeah, AlphaTauri look pretty comfortably, to me, the slowest team. Well, not pretty comfortably, but yeah, I'm sure of what I've seen so far. They are the slowest team, at least when it comes to quali pace. And then after that, you've got Hulkenberg in 15th. Logan Sargent 16th. Then Liam Lawson 17th. Alex Albon, surprisingly, all the way down in 18th place. Not quite sure why he didn't go any pace in that session, but there you go. And then the last two on the grid, Lance Stroll in 19th and Pierre Gasly last. Quite slow was Pierre in that session. So, and good to see that Sky have got, or they're interviewing, on the looks of it, Kamui Kobayashi. I think it is. Kamui Kobayashi? Thought it was for a second. I'm not sure if it is. Maybe it is. Anyway. Here are the gaps through the field. And yeah, 2 seconds pretty much covering the entire field. And yeah, Verstappen only 1/4 of a second quicker than the McLarens. McLaren definitely appear to be closer than they were yesterday, which is positive to see. But overall, Red Bull still the best team. That is practice 3 over and done with, guys. And let me now just quickly get up on screen the countdown to qualifying. And of course, I am going to, in a moment, change the title of the stream and what do you call it? And post the link of the stream out in a couple places. Just need to think, how long have we got left? 2 hours and 22 minutes, I think we've got until qualifying begins. So 142 minutes, I believe. So yeah, there you go. 2 hours and 22 minutes to go until qualifying starts at Suzuka. And I'll just quickly change the title of the stream. But as Lou is saying in the chat, make sure to smash that like button, guys, if you haven't already. We're currently on 23 likes. Let's try and get up to, I don't know, 35, 40 plus likes if we can. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because, of course, we do watch-alongs for practice, qualifying, the race, and previews, reviews, all of that stuff. Yeah, make sure to subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with what do you call it? With everything going on in Formula 1. Let me just quickly do this. We move on to the next part of the stream. So come join us here to build up to qualifying Suzuka. I believe that interview that Sky just did there, I think it was Kamui Kobayashi, which is yeah, great to see. Of course, he was a master of this circuit and did 11 years ago finish on the podium with a drive in 2012 at this Grand Prix that year. Yeah, that drive to finish in third, very underrated. There were so many great performances that year, I think, that people just overlook that Kobayashi finished on the podium that year. But yeah, it was a great performance. Come join us here to build up to qualifying for the 2023 Japanese Grand Prix. I'll just do a couple hashtags quickly, and then we'll get into what we're going to be getting into next. There you go. So, let's just quickly read out some comments, if I can, before I get onto the next piece. Turbo saying Red Bull washed, AlphaTauri Giga Chad. Find some other comments here if I can. Mike Literas, I think it is, says Logan's brother got a lot more seat time early, but Logan is just better. Stroll and Latifi didn't win anything in karting, though. They were in the pits with Toto Home S and multiple mechanics and coaches. I think you were you the guy who you said that you what do you call it? Witnessed was it Logan Sargent in karting? I can't remember exactly. It's from earlier this year. But yeah. Yeah, a couple of people in the chat having discussion about another user, Will F1 Gaming. Yeah, if you have an issue with Will F1 Gaming, by the way, Crystal Racing and Kiefer, then yeah, take it up with him. He probably won't be around for this part of the stream. Maybe he'll be around later for qualifying, but yeah, let's not bash him too much. But yeah, we have got 2 hours and 17 minutes to go until qualifying starts. So what I'm going to be doing now, guys, is playing a 20-minute clip from my qualifying preview stream, which of course was a few hours ago. And this clip will be from the first, 20-25 minutes, I think it is, of my qualifying preview stream, where I get into the most important details and data from practice 2. I get into my qualifying predictions and my general thoughts as to how things will play out in qualifying. And then when this clip ends, we will then go through the teams and get into depth again about how they're looking going into qualifying. And then, of course, we will, we will, read out some comments in the chat and then get into the qualifying session itself. But yeah, given how long the break is between practice 3 and qualifying, I do want to give myself, a 20-minute or so break just so keep myself energized rest of this stream. So I'm just going to quickly play this break video just to see if the sound is working, and if it is, then make sure to comment in the chat, guys, yes, if you can hear it all okay. Let's now get into this qualifying preview, and of course, we'll start off with the results of practice. So, there you go. Those are the first, 5 seconds of the clip. So, just let me know, and I'll just get rid of this timer. I'll have to reset it later anyway. Just let me know if you can hear that all okay. What do you call it? Before I have a quick look, though, let me just look on Twitter to see if there is any news I can bring you guys regards to practice 3. And yeah, can't see anything in regards to any breaking news other than some of the news we had earlier, which is that AlphaTauri have officially confirmed their driver lineup for next year. If you were wondering about that particular team, their lineup for next year will be Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo. Yeah, let me know, guys, in the chat if you could hear that clip okay. And then I'll play that and have a quick rest, have a quick drink and all before we move any further forward. But let me just quickly have another check of Twitter. I have seen this, which is a radio transcription on Twitter from Leclerc and his engineer, where Leclerc says, I made a mistake in Sector 3, but not a huge one. And then asks, where are we losing compared to McLaren? And his engineer responds, compared to Norris, we're losing half a second in Sector 1, half a tenth in Sector 2, and he says to Leclerc, you are faster by a tenth in Sector 3, so mainly Sector 1. And then Leclerc responds, there is no more than I could have done. So clearly, they're bewildered. Our Ferrari as to why they're so slow in the first sector. But right. I think I'm just going to play this clip because I can't see anyone responding to what I've said. So I'm just going to play this clip. And yeah, if there is any problems with it, you'll just have to let me know. And I'll, do whatever to fix it. But yeah, I'll play this clip from my qualifying preview. Oh, one final thing to say is if you hear me in this clip say tomorrow, please remember that this clip was taken from last night. Which is why in the clip I do say tomorrow a few times. So, yeah, just do remember that when watching this clip. But I'll see you guys on the other side of this for even more build-up to qualifying here at Suzuka. Let's now get into this qualifying preview. And, of course, we'll start off with the results of Practice 2. So Max Verstappen, quickest by 0.3 of a second, was very comfortable in the end. A day and a session especially. The Red Bull team, a 1:30.6, a stunning lap time by Max. Charles Leclerc, second, was only slightly away from getting into the 1-minute 30s, but it does show the gulf so far this weekend between Red Bull and really the rest. But yeah, Leclerc looking good, I would say, after practice 2. At least was quicker than his teammate Carlos Sainz by nearly a quarter of a second. And then you got Lando Norris in third. Lando was actually very pleased with the pace of the McLaren because according to him, the McLaren was quite hard to handle in practice. So I think he's very encouraged by them after practice 2 only being 4.5 tenths off, which is... yeah, not too bad, considering those issues that are going on there for the McLaren. Carlos Sainz then in 4th place, with George Russell in 5th. And Mercedes looking, I would say, a tad better with their qualifying pace at the minute, compared to what I expected coming into the weekend. And that same goes for Aston Martin, with Fernando Alonso ending up in 6th place. I definitely did not expect Aston Martin to be quicker than Williams over a single lap. So yeah, good to see Aston Martin looking a bit better than expected. And then Albon in 7th, Williams still looking competitive with Piastri 8th in the McLaren. Piastri half a second slower than Lando Norris, which is, yeah, a bit too much lap time to be slower, than your teammate. Of course, Oscar has never raced here before, so it's not going to be a great weekend for him anyway. But yeah, half a second is a bit excessive. And then Sergio Perez in 9th, 1 full second slower than Max Verstappen. That is incredibly poor. In qualifying last year at this track in the dry, Perez was only 0.4 of a second slower than Max Verstappen, which really is maybe you could say it should be slightly better than that. Or closer of a gap between Verstappen and Perez. But really, that was as close as Perez realistically could get over a single lap compared to Max around this track. But a second slower is embarrassing from Perez. He has to do better tomorrow. And then you got Valtteri Bottas, surprisingly, up in the top 10 for Alfa Romeo, who showed quite a turn of speed in second practice. And then for the bottom half of the field, you've got Lance Stroll in 11th place, Esteban Ocon in 12th, Alpine not quick whatsoever, and then Hulkenberg for Haas in 13th. Haas also not very quick, definitely a surprise there. Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton in 14th place. Hamilton definitely struggling with the balance of the car. Now, we'll get more into that later, but yeah, he's definitely not coping as well with how the car is handling as, say, George Russell is. From what we've seen so far this weekend, he was losing the rear end a couple times, was Hamilton on his best lap in second practice. Liam Lawson then 15th, AlphaTauri quite a bit slower than I thought they would be. And then you've got Zhou 16th, Zhou very slow compared to teammate Bottas, 0.4 of a second slower. And then Magnussen 17th, Tsunoda 18th, Pierre Gasly down in 19th. Not quite sure why Gasly was so poor in practice 2. And then Logan Sargent at the very back of the field, which is, well, not surprising, is it? He's usually been, down there a lot of the time this season. But let's get into the sector time data from practice 2, just to see where certain teams were quick and not so quick. So in the first sector, this is where Red Bull have such an advantage over everyone else. It is the first sector really that is making the difference this weekend from what I've seen so far. They were at least a quarter of a second quicker than the next car, being the McLaren, and then 0.4 of a second quicker in the first sector alone compared to Ferrari. Just incredible, the difference. And I know the first sector, it is very important. It is probably the most important part of the track, but I did not see Red Bull being that much quicker in the first sector compared to Ferrari, even at this stage of the weekend. I thought it would be more like, 0.2 of a second at most, but 0.4 of a second is, just incredible. Alonso and the Aston Martin, his pace actually pretty good through sector 1. Alfa Romeo, very good in sector 1. Mercedes definitely could do better. I think they could probably be 1.5 at least better. They should be, you'd think, quicker than Aston Martin through the S's. Mercedes do tend to have a better car for fast corners, high-speed corners. So, yeah, definitely I think there is, or there should be, more to come from the Mercedes team. And then you've got the Haas, 7th best, Williams, 8th best, which is not necessarily a massive surprise. I think they probably still should have been better, Williams, but still, it's not a gigantic surprise. And then Alpine, miles off in the first sector, and AlphaTauri even further behind. Yeah, quite incredible that the AlphaTauri nearly a second slower than the Red Bull in sector 1 alone. And, sector 1, as you can see, only just over half a minute. Incredible. And then we come to the middle sector. And for the middle sector, what do you call it? Red Bull, nowhere near the quickest team through there. Obviously, the middle sector, you do have a couple important corners. You've got the Degner corners, you've got the hairpin, and as well you've got the spoon curve. But you've also got long sections where you are flat out. And of course, that's why Ferrari had the best pace through there. Pretty much 0.2 of a second quicker than both Mercedes and Red Bull. I think this, this data though from practice 2 does indicate that Red Bull definitely, even though they were 1/3 of a second quicker than the next best team, I think they can go a bit quicker than that. And I think this sector time does prove it, because in the middle sector, Red Bull should be basically on the same pace as Ferrari. Even if they're slightly slower, it should only be, a few hundredths of a second. So Red Bull have definitely got more to come. McLaren, 4th best. Not necessarily a surprise, their pace there. Williams got decent pace. Alpine, much better pace. Aston Martin probably should be a bit better in the middle sector by probably 1/10 of a second at most. Alfa Romeo, and then 8th best team, then Haas, which I am surprised they are the second worst team in the middle sector, and AlphaTauri, once again, the absolute lowest. But as you'll see, with these Sector 3 times. Williams the quickest through the final sector, then Red Bull and Ferrari only slightly slower and pretty much on the same pace. But really, if you're comparing Red Bull and Ferrari, who are quite clearly the two quickest teams over a single lap from what we've seen so far, which is not really a surprise. I think most of us knew that was going to be the case anyway coming into the weekend. So the first sector, of course, there's a massive gap, but in Sector 2 and Sector 3, you know, they're pretty close, if not Ferrari are actually quicker. So it's really just Sector 1, which is deciding the battle for pole position right now. And if Ferrari are going to take pole tomorrow, it's all going to come down to the first sector time they do and how close it is to the Red Bull. If they can get, you know, like a tenth and a half away in Sector 1 and then be quicker overall in Sector 2 and Sector 3 combined, then they might just about have enough pace to get pole position. But again, this first sector time being 0.4 of a second off, that's what's deciding it in that battle. But yeah, the final sector is pretty simple. You only have to slow down once in the final sector for the final chicane. Williams, no surprise, they're the quickest team through there. I would have expected them to be, at minimum, one of the top 3 best teams. Red Bull and Ferrari quick. Haas quick, no surprise there. Mercedes, pretty decent in the final sector. Alpine, pretty good. I would have expected them to be right at the back, to be honest, in this final sector. McLaren probably could be a bit better in this final sector by a few hundredths of a second. Aston Martin, maybe you could argue as well. And then you got AlphaTauri and Alfa Romeo at the very back. But really, even though, yeah, Sector 3 to a degree is important, Sector 2, you know, is important to a degree, the first sector really is, I think, what is going to decide, and it normally does decide where, you know, certain teams end up on the grid. And it's a great, you know, sector to really judge how certain teams are looking, you know, going through a race weekend here at Suzuka. But overall, if we go back to the results quickly of Practice 2, and I'll just touch on what I think the pecking order is going into qualifying. Red Bull quite clearly have the quickest car for qualifying. I don't think there's really any doubt about that. I think you'd be crazy, to be honest, to say that Ferrari have got probably a better chance going into qualifying tomorrow. So yeah, Red Bull quickest, Ferrari second, and then you've got McLaren and Mercedes incredibly close, I think, for third. And I know here, yeah, McLaren are nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Mercedes, but you have to remember, Mercedes do tend to be one of the teams on a Friday that are kind of sandbagging more than others. And that's why I think when we get to qualifying, Mercedes will be pretty much on the same pace as McLaren in qualifying, and it'll be a very, very close fight. So yeah, McLaren, Mercedes, again, basically I think we'll be on the same pace, third and fourth. And then the fifth best team, I would say Aston Martin, with Williams sixth best, Alfa Romeo seventh best, and then what? Probably Alpine overall eighth best, and then Haas ninth, AlphaTauri being the slowest team from what I've seen so far. I think that is pretty much what the pecking order is going into qualifying tomorrow. Again, for the front 5 teams, I think I'm very likely to be correct, but I could be incorrect with the bottom 5, definitely, with a couple teams. Certainly Alfa Romeo, who might not prove to be that quick, you know, when it really matters. They have disappointed a few times, Alfa Romeo, from practice. But let's, you know, now given you what I think the pecking order will be going into, you know, going into qualifying tomorrow, let's now get into my predictions for qualifying coming up very soon. So I think Max Verstappen will very comfortably take pole position, and the predicted gap I have gone for ahead of Charles Leclerc, who I think will start alongside him for the race on Sunday on the front row. The gap in favour of Verstappen will be half a second. That is how quick the Red Bull will be in comparison to the Ferrari. And then I've got Carlos Sainz in third, with George Russell just about in fourth place ahead of Lando Norris in fifth. Russell lately has been incredibly quick in qualifying in the last 3 races before this weekend, so that's why I've got Russell just ahead of Norris. But really, it's going to come down to the drivers as to who wins that battle between Russell and Norris, I think, in qualifying. And then I've got Lewis Hamilton in 6th place behind Lando. Perez in 7th. I don't think we're going to see really that much of an improvement from Perez in qualifying. And then Alonso just behind in 8th, with Oscar Piastri 9th, and then Alexander Albon rounding out the top 10 for the Williams team. So that is my prediction going into qualifying. Let me know in the chat what your thoughts are as to what the top 5 will be, what the top 10 will be. And of course, let me know, who do you think will get pole position for the 2023 Japanese Grand Prix? As I'll just go back to these pictures for a moment, because we are now going to get into car upgrades. There's not too much to get into in regards to this, but we will touch on it as we do every weekend anyway. So let me just quickly on my end get it up in terms of the confirmed list of upgrades, and then we'll show off a couple pictures as well, just to show the upgrades for real. So right, here we go. Let me actually just get a bit bigger on my end. Right, so here is the confirmed list of upgrades. So starting at Ferrari, they have a new floor body, and it says revision of front floor fences, floor edge, mid floor, and diffuser sidewall, side pod undercut redesigned to suit. We will show those off in a moment. For Mercedes, you've got a slightly new rear wing. Says vane added to outer face of rear wing end plate. I have seen a picture of that. We'll show that in a moment as well. It's a very minor upgrade for Mercedes, but a bit of a bigger one from Ferrari. For McLaren, they've got a new side pod inlet and side pod inlet packer, it says. A very small little update there for the Macca team. And then Aston Martin have got a new front corner, but that is circuit specific. And then for AlphaTauri, a couple performance upgrades. One for the rear wing. Relative to the previous geometry, the rear wing end plate junction with the rear wing elements has been updated. And also have a new rear view mirror. And this is for drag reduction. It says, compared to the baseline rear view mirror assembly, 3 turning vanes have been removed from the outboard mirror stem. And it does say, in this part, the brief description on how the update works, it does say tested and raced at R15, which would be race 15. And race 15, I'm pretty sure, was last week in Singapore. So clearly, they've liked how it worked and have put it on permanently for the car. And then the final one you have is Williams. New floor fences, and it says the height of the most inboard forward floor fence is reduced. You can see here on the diagram where that floor fence upgrade is. It's just around the driver and around the halo as well. So not really that many upgrades for this race. Again, a couple small ones for Mercedes, AlphaTauri, Williams, but the biggest one by far is for Ferrari. And here are some pictures, I believe, of the new floor. So on the top here, you can see this is the old floor, Singapore, and then on the bottom is the new one. and you can see a different shape and design to this area. And also here, at the back of the floor, you can see on the top here the Singapore one, and on the bottom the new one. And again, just a slight redesign to the shape of the end of the floor. It's not it's not a massive upgrade, but it is, of course, the most important part of the car. And then here is just the side pod of the Ferrari. And I don't think we've seen anything so far to suggest that their pace really has improved from this upgrade. So I don't think we can really sit here and say, yeah, Ferrari are definitely a lot quicker. Red Bull, though, I do think now they've put their new floor upgrade that they brought to Singapore, now that they've put that back on the car, I do think that is helping Red Bull be as quick as they've been so far this weekend. And here is the new rear wing end plate update for Mercedes. So you can see here on the left the difference from the rear wing on the right, this slight edge of the end plate, and the difference to the one on the right. So yeah, there you go. And I don't think there is any more upgrades in terms of the pictures I'll be able to show you guys. So there you go. Yeah, nothing absolutely massive for loads of teams like we saw back in Singapore. But yeah, the main upgrade to look out for this weekend in terms of how it will perform is the slightly new floor for the Ferrari team, which hopefully can give them an extra quarter of a second. We'll have to see ultimately qualifying how it has worked for the team. But let's now get into some of the top teams and go into a bit more detail as to how they're looking going into qualifying. So, of course, we will start with Red Bull Racing. And Red Bull are looking actually pretty good going into qualifying. I mean, coming into the weekend, I thought they would be quick, no doubt about it. But I did not think they would be this dominant compared to the rest of the teams after just Friday practice. I thought it would still be close between Red Bull and Ferrari. So for them to be this far clear after the first two practice sessions is very ominous, because we know on a Friday they don't tend to be that quick a lot of the time. Even if they're the quickest, the gap tends to be quite short. But yeah, here in Japan they've already got a comfortable gap, which is definitely not a good omen for the rest of the teams. And yeah, they have put back on for both cars the new floor they brought in Singapore. They did do a test in practice one in terms of floor comparisons. They had Max Verstappen running the new floor and Sergio Perez running the old one. And this is according to Formula Data Analysis, who has a brilliant Twitter account. Make sure to go and check that out if you do have Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. They presented the data in a tweet that Verstappen with the new floor in practice one through turn 6 had, I think it was 10 kilometers an hour more speed through the corner compared to Perez with the old floor. So if that is indeed all true, which I believe it is, then yeah, the new floor clearly has worked quite a bit for Red Bull and has given them an extra probably 2-3 tenths of a second. And that is why they are not going to be stopped this weekend. Max Verstappen, I think, easily gets pole position by half a second. In regards, though, to Sergio Perez, yeah, a second off in practice 2. That is nowhere near good enough. He needs to be a lot closer than that. If he can try and get within half a second, then he probably will be in the top 3 on the grid, I think, given how quick Max is likely to be in qualifying. But yeah, a second a lap is just too much lap time. Way, way, way too much lap time to be behind another driver. I don't care how great Max is. He has to be Perez a lot closer than that. But for Max Verstappen and Red Bull, yeah, they they're going to dominate the weekend, and it is going to take something quite incredible to stop Red Bull and Max Verstappen. So there you go, guys. That's what I had to say in my qualifying preview last night. There is a link below to the full stream in the description. So if you want to go watch the whole stream quickly before qualifying starts, then yeah, you have the opportunity to do so. The stream was only, I think, an hour long, and we've got well over an hour to go before qualifying begins. Let me just get the timer back on screen, as we have got what, an hour and 51 minutes, is it? I think, until qualifying begins. Or is actually, no, it's an hour and 49 minutes. So let me just correct that. There you go. Hour and 49 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Suzuka. So what I am going to do for the next 30 to 40 minutes is go through the teams once again after what we've just seen in practice 3, and just go through my final thoughts really with the teams, and then we'll get into your comments in the live chat. So please, guys, for the next hour and 45 minutes, let me know what do you think is going to happen in qualifying. How do you think the top few teams will sorry, let me do that again. Let me repeat myself. How do you think the top few teams will perform? Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, teams like that. Who do you think will take pole position? What is your prediction for the top 3, top 5 in qualifying? Please let me know in the live chat. And yeah, just in general, let me know your thoughts going into this session, which, an hour and nearly 45 minutes until qualifying. That does seem a long time, but that will go by pretty quickly. Anyway, let's get into the teams. And we'll start, of course, with Red Bull Racing. As you heard, I just talked about them in that qualifying preview clip. Not much else to say. Sergio Perez looked closer in practice 3, a quarter of a second closer than he did practice 2, but still nowhere near Verstappen, and that is a big worry for Red Bull, because they definitely have the pace to be, getting both cars in the top 3 at minimum on the grid, but Perez's pace is very poor. That's very clear to see. So yeah, not looking good if you're a Sergio Perez fan. But for Max Verstappen, still is the clear favourite for pole position. Red Bull still have, I think, the best car for qualifying. And yeah, I think Max will take pole. Sergio Perez, I don't think is going to have a good session and will end up in 7th place, as I predicted. Yeah, Red Bull, they've got the best car, but they're only going to have really one driver in the fight in those top positions, as Perez really is off on his own, having a struggle. Anyway, go on to the rest of the teams. Mercedes-Benz didn't show their true pace in practice 3. I think that's clear to see. They were only slightly quicker than their best time from practice 2 in 3rd practice. So yeah, we can't really sit here and say what their performance is like going into qualifying from what we saw in practice 3. I'm still sticking with my prediction of 4th and 6th for them. I do believe ultimately they will be right on pace with McLaren, who did prove to be pretty decent in practice 3, but I think Mercedes have quite a bit more to show, or at least I'm hoping they do. So yeah, Mercedes I think will be absolutely fine. George Russell, I'm going in 4th place, ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Russell has been quicker over a single lap compared to Hamilton since the return of Formula 1 after the summer break. So yeah, George Russell for me will be ahead of Hamilton. It will still be close between the two. But yeah, Mercedes, I think their main fight today is with McLaren. If indeed McLaren are slower than Ferrari, which I do expect. So yeah, that's the fight to look out for with Mercedes. We'll see in qualifying ultimately how that battle goes. Ferrari, same as Mercedes, really, and to an even further extent with Ferrari, because they, with their lap time in practice 3, I think were slightly slower than they went in practice 2 on Friday. So yeah, Ferrari definitely not showing their true performance. So yeah, it's tough to say really where they're at, because McLaren, this is the thing with Ferrari that is kind of getting me excited. Let me try and describe why that is. Because in practice 3, readjust my seating position before I go into this. So in practice 3, McLaren were only a quarter of a second away from Red Bull. Very encouraging. Did not think the gap would be that at all. I thought it would be at least half a second in Red Bull's favour. But if that gap between Red Bull and McLaren does persist in qualifying, and Ferrari are still quicker than McLaren in qualifying, and Ferrari are right in there for, with a chance of pole position. Again, the we don't have the data necessarily yet to absolutely know that is possible. But if McLaren, again, if they do prove to be as close to Red Bull as they were in practice 3, and Ferrari is still quicker than McLaren, then things get very exciting. I think that's all I can say really on that. But the car, to be honest, even though they were still struggling in the first sector, and that is still their biggest issue going into qualifying, is the speed through sector 1. Even with those struggles, their car looks absolutely fine. There's no obvious issues that I can see with the Ferrari around this track. It just wasn't as quick as the Red Bull or McLaren in practice 3. And overall, just isn't as quick as the Red Bull by the looks of it this weekend. But it's not something visually you can clearly see on lap time. In the first sector, the Red Bull is just better through that first sector, and McLaren even half a second better in sector 1. So yeah, difficult to say after third practice where they truly look, but I'm sticking with my prediction for them. Second and third on the grid, which would be, given how quick Red Bull have looked so far this weekend, that would be a pretty good result for them, and would give them a decent chance of a podium on Sunday, which has to be their aim, at least one podium position for the team. So yeah, still looking good for me, but nothing as good as what we saw in Singapore, or of course the race before that at Monza. So if you are a Ferrari fan, do not be expecting pole position, because I don't think that's really going to be possible once we get to Q3 and F1 shows what they've got. But let's now get into Aston Martin, and we're not going to touch on them really that much because, yeah, we didn't see anything extra from them in practice 3. They still look to be the 5th best car from what I said after Friday practice. They're definitely not on the same pace as Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes. That is clear to see. But they do appear to be quicker than Williams, Alfa Romeo, teams like that. So yeah, they're just smack bang in the middle of the field and are probably closer to being a midfield team rather than being, one of the front runners for the weekend fighting for a podium. So yeah, Alonso, I'm sticking with my prediction for him. I think he will qualify in 8th place. Definitely will finish up in the top 10. There's no doubt about that. He's having a strong weekend, is Fernando. For Lance Stroll, no way he makes it into the top 10. He was very poor, I've got to say, Stroll, in practice 3. What, 19th was it? In practice 3? When Alonso was 9th. So, yeah, very poor pace from the Canadian, which is, well, not really a surprise, is it? We've seen continuously this season. But yeah, Stroll I think will be eliminated in Q2. Alonso will get through to Q3, but it will be a position that is not really putting him in a great place to fight for anything serious on Sunday. And the final front running team we'll go on to is McLaren. And yeah, McLaren looked very good in practice 3 and have looked pretty decent overall for this Grand Prix this weekend. They've looked as good as I expected them to be at the very least. That's what we saw, yesterday. And yeah, in practice 3, their pace was really quite encouraging. Nearly only quarter of a second away from Red Bull. I thought, and as you saw with my qualifying predictions earlier, my thoughts was that McLaren would be 7-8 tenths of a second away from Red Bull. So yeah, very much encouraged by that third practice session, and great to see not just Lando Norris looking quick, but Oscar Piastri right up there as well. And see, McLaren can have yet another strong qualifying session in 2023. I'm going to stick with my prediction though, because Mercedes and Ferrari definitely were not showing their true pace in practice 3. That is clear to see, and that's why, I will stick with my prediction of Lando Norris in 5th and Oscar Piastri in 9th. Piastri, I think, is definitely likely to prove me wrong with my prediction, given how close he looked in third practice. But yeah, I think what you call it. I think that's what they'll get. I think actually one thing to mention quickly with McLaren is, and I did actually mention it in the practice 3 watch-along, is that, what do you call it? Lando Norris, with his lap, it wasn't that great of a lap, the one he did, and it probably could have been a couple tenths of a second quicker. So McLaren arguably would have been right on the same pace as Red Bull. So yeah, very much encouraging going forward for the McLaren team. Let's see if they can actually take pole position. And if they do go out there and somehow take pole, then clearly this upgrade must have worked for them, because there's no other way to explain why McLaren all of a sudden, when they weren't expected to, would suddenly get pole position. And we'll see whether that does indeed happen. But I'll stick with my prediction. Hopefully, McLaren's prove me wrong. And let's now come to, before we go on to the rest of the teams, let me go back to these pictures and just, what do you call it? Go through some comments in chat, and then we'll get on to the rest of the teams. Crystal Racing says, I honestly can't see anyone beating Max until 2026. I agree. Definitely don't see anyone beating Max next year. Pretty confident he'll win the championship next year. Crystal Racing also saying Ricciardo is a media favourite. Journos are allergic to criticising him. Well, yeah. I mean, the journalists in F1 are never gonna, they're not gonna go out there on a limb. They're, gonna stick with the herd. And I mean, the fact is, Daniel Ricciardo is very good for F1's business, and that's why he has more of a look in than maybe he deserves at the minute, the current F1 seats, because he's more marketable to whatever audience. And I think that's the big reason, well, not the big reason, but one of the big reasons why Ricciardo is at AlphaTauri for next season, because he is, you know, a known driver compared to Tsunoda and Lawson. Yeah, that's why I think Daniel Ricciardo that seat for next year. But yeah, let's get into some other comments if I can here. Crystal Racing saying, I hope Aston signed Lawson. Yeah, sadly, I don't think that's going to happen. Matt01 Skull 7 says, I hope Logan joins Indy or Formula E. I think, to be honest, if he went to IndyCar, I think that would be a decent series for him. Yeah, I think it'd be a decent option in that series, Logan. I don't think it'd be terrible, but he's not Formula One quality. I think that's pretty clear to see. And I think most people now with Logan, I think most people now see that he is not a Formula One level driver. And there are definitely drivers outside of Formula One that deserve to be on the grid. You know, Terry Porcher, for example, even though he's not quite fully ready yet, you've got, you know, Oliver Behrman in F2, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, very exciting young talent, who I'm sure will be in Formula One in 2 or 3 years' time. And of course, you've got Mick Schumacher, Liam Lawson, who, you know, is not on the grid as of yet for 2024. So yeah, I think Logan will be very lucky to keep his seat for next season. And the owners of Williams being American is probably what will save him because of that influence. Because maybe if Williams were owned by a British company or whatever, then maybe the decision would have already been made to sack him off. Not for the rest of this year, but for, you know, next year onwards. So yeah, definitely, you know, should be replaced. And I know people will say, "Oh, but he's a rookie." But as we've seen with Oscar Piastri, Liam Lawson this year, and not even just them, but we've seen it with so many other rookies in Formula One history, even ones that weren't expected to be that great in F1, that, you know, they still ended up having a pretty decent or even good at times, certain drivers, you know, debut year. So just because Logan is a rookie doesn't mean he has the excuse to be shit for the entire season, which is annoyingly what people are giving him. They're giving him the excuse of, well, he's a rookie, therefore he can have a shit year. No, you can't. Especially not for Williams, who are, you know, desperate need for points. So yeah, I really don't like that argumentation, people, because it's so stupid in my view. And you know, we've had other rookies, like I said, who weren't expected to be that great in Formula One, but they still had a good debut year. Felipe Nasser for Sauber in 2015 had a great debut season. I don't think anyone really expected him to do anything really notable in Formula One. Yet he had a very good debut season, finished 5th in his first F1 race, and ultimately was very unlucky to be kicked off the grid. He should have stayed on the grid. Should have Nasser. He was absolutely good enough to be in one. You know, you had Pascal Wehrlein, who had a pretty decent debut year for Manor. Most of you got decent debut year, who, you know, wasn't a, you know, a Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso type driver. Even Daniel Ricciardo, if you look at his not his time at HRT, but his first full F1 season in 2012 for Toro Rosso, there were some good performances in there, but it wasn't an amazing debut season for Ricciardo. He didn't really become the Daniel Ricciardo we all know and love until 2013. 2012, again, it was a bit inconsistent with Daniel. But yeah. So point is, just because you're a rookie does not mean you have the right to be shit. That's like, if I do an analogy to do with football, for example, if you decide as a football team to play a player who's really young, 18 years old, just because they're 18 doesn't mean they have the excuse of, well, you're allowed to be shit because you're 18. That's not how it works, especially in top sports, and that's not how Williams should work. Hello to Celebrity Olympic, great to see you. And yeah, to confirm to Nish in chat, yeah. Tsunoda and Ricciardo officially confirmed at AlphaTauri for next year. And Liam Lawson is looks like he's not going to be on the grid for 2024, which is sad. But we've seen it before where drivers have not got onto the grid for a certain season, even though they deserve to. I remember Pascal Wehrlein, for example, who wrongfully missed out on a seat 2018, a few years ago, when I was really strongly campaigning for him to be at Williams. But Williams, all they cared about at the time was money, so decided to go for Sorokin instead. Anyway, I'll let you guys keep posting some comments. Get to more of them in a few minutes' time. But yeah, we'll go through the moment the midfield teams, who are, a lot of them look about as good as I expected, which is, well, not very good. This team on screen, though, Alfa Romeo, bit of a surprise. But anyway, let's get into them. So let's go away from McLaren and get into Alpine. This was yesterday, of course, with Pierre Gasly putting it in the barriers at the second Degner. Yeah, from what I saw in practice 3, still no improvement from them. They look like they've got no realistic chance of getting into the third part of qualifying. So yeah, I think best for Alpine is both cars getting into Q2, but even if they get that, I don't see them in Q3 at all. It's going to take something quite special to be in Q3 from this team. And the reason they are so poor is because in the first sector, they are so slow. Ocon was nearly 1 second slower than Norris in sector 1 in practice 3. I really don't get how Alpine are 1 second slower in that sector alone. Now, this is a team that were miles quicker than McLaren early this season, and now, different universe basically, between the two teams. It's just incredible how Alpine have fallen off. I know I talk about it a lot, but it's so incredible to me. That's why I keep talking about it, because I can't believe their team has so quickly fallen off so poorly. But yeah, Alpine look terrible. Ocon is looking quick compared to Gasly, which is a plus for him, I guess. Pierre Gasly, for some reason, is pretty slow. Not sure if he's lacking in confidence or whatever. This crash or that crash or a moment ago. Not sure if that is the cause for Gasly, but yeah, even if Gasly was on top form, there is no real performance there for Alpines. Yeah, they're heading for a shocker. Next up, though, is the midfield team with clearly, I think, the best chance to make Q3, and that is Williams with Alexander Albon. Albon, even though he wasn't really quick at all in practice 3, in Friday practice, he was in the top 10 both times. And actually in practice 2, as you saw earlier, was 7th. Just behind Fernando Alonso by a tenth of a second, I think it was, or less than that. I think half a tenth compared to Alonso. So, yeah, Albon, his pace looks fine. Williams, I'm pretty sure they can go quite a bit quicker than what we saw in practice 3. In practice 3, I think their best lap time was a 1:31.7, I think, which is slower than what they did in practice 2. In practice 2, I think their best time was a 1:31.4 or maybe a 1:31.3, something like that. So, yeah, Williams have definitely got quite a bit more pace to show compared to third practice. So, don't worry about Williams. They'll be absolutely fine. The only positive for Logan Sargent is at least he was quicker than Albon practice 3. Be very surprised if that remained the case in qualifying. But yeah, Albon, I've predicted to make the top 10 just about and finish up in P10. But looking at Alfa Romeo, I'm a bit close to getting to the top 10. Haas F1, pretty slow. Disappointing, really, and surprising with that disappointment. It's the performance of Haas. I expected definitely better from them. I thought Hulkenberg would be in the top 10 this weekend, practice and qualifying, but yeah, Haas have never really been close to that. Well, they were in the top 10 in practice 3, I believe, but were they in the top 10 or no? They weren't. They were for a while in the top 10 in practice 3, but then the Alfa Romeos removed them from the top 10. But yeah, they've not been able to hold down a position in the top 10, and I don't think they'll be able to do so in this qualifying session. So yeah, I think they'll probably have one car eliminated in Q1 with one car making it through to Q2 and probably ending up, I don't know, 12th or 13th on the grid. But their main rival in the championship right now, Alfa Romeo, legitimately do look pretty quick. They look quicker than Alpine, Haas, and AlphaTauri, which is a surprise. I thought coming into this weekend in qualifying, they'd be the slowest team. But yeah, that is not the case. They do have pretty good pace, given what we saw in Singapore and what we've seen most of this season. And watch out for Alfa Romeo. They look like they could be the dark horse of this qualifying session. Valtteri Bottas, you would expect to be quicker than Zhou, as most of the time he is. Zhou was quicker than Bottas in practice 3, but yeah, I'm not sure that is necessarily going to be maintained by the Chinese driver. So yeah, Bottas will be ahead of Zhou, and I'm going to go Valtteri Bottas in 11th place, just missing out on Q3. But yeah, we'll see how close he can get to getting into Q3 if he does miss out. It could be a few thousandths, a few hundredths of a second in the end, separating Alfa Romeo from making the third and final part of qualifying. And finally, you have AlphaTauri. And for AlphaTauri, yeah, they don't have any pace. They're not clearly the slowest team this weekend, but from what I've seen so far, yeah, I think they've got just about the slowest car this weekend. So yeah, not really confident at all for them going into the session. I think they'll do well, to be honest, to get one car into Q2. But I definitely could see both cars eliminated in Q1. Let's hope they can get a decent position of a 14th, something like that. That would be realistically the best they could get with the car they've got for this session. So yeah, disappointing they're not as quick as I expected they would be. I thought they would be kind of as quick as Alfa Romeo have been so far this weekend. But yeah, this hasn't been the case, unfortunately. Anyway, those are all the teams. And let me go back to here. And yeah, hour and 20 minutes we have got until qualifying begins at Suzuka. So make sure to keep posting your comments in the live chat. Yeah, we'll get into some of them before this session. Hopefully this next hour and 20 minutes whizzes by. I will admit, I do feel quite knackered. I obviously was streaming quite a lot yesterday. Didn't get the full sleep in that I probably would have done normally. I woke up about 4 p.m. going to sleep at like 9 a.m. So yeah, wasn't the best sleep for me. And yeah, obviously already did a live stream a few hours ago. So yeah, do bear with me for the rest of the stream, guys. We've got another almost 3 hours to go with this stream. So yeah, could be quite knackered by the time we get to after qualifying. But hopefully, once we get to the session, my adrenaline will really get me going and keep me going through the session. So if you've got any really good, interesting questions you want to ask, or just any thoughts, good, interesting thoughts you have going into the qualifying session itself, then post them in the chat and I'll have a read and give my thoughts. Right, let's find some comments here if I can. Other comments. No one that you know says Ricardo's appeal is so big he is now being used in erotic. Jesus Christ, well, I'm tired. Romance novels. Crystal Racing says if a rookie isn't up to speed by 10 races, then they're clearly not F1 material. I mean, that's the excuse with the whole rookie thing with Logan Sargent that I just said use. They were using that as well for Nick De Vries when Nick De Vries literally going into 2023 said he did not want to be treated as a rookie. Plus, in what was it, a 10 race span, he never showed that he could consistently match the pace of Yuki Tsunoda, and that's why he was deservedly fired from the team. But again, you had so many people online like, oh, but he's a rookie, and again, you know what? Just because you're a rookie doesn't mean anything. What was I going to say? I did see some good news though with Nick De Vries. He posted a picture. I think was it earlier today? When I say earlier today, I mean on Friday. Of him attending Harvard University and is studying economics or something like that. I know obviously Nicholas Latifi is studying something, I think a business degree or something is Latifi, which is good to see. And then, yeah, Nick De Vries off to university. So, yeah, very happy to see that. Of course, I am currently at university. So, yeah, I'm very much supportive and appreciative of the people that do commit to going to university, because as I can tell you guys, it is difficult, no matter what degree you're doing, not just with the work, but the toll it takes, the pressure obviously, and all of that. So yeah, hopefully those two, Nick De Vries and Nicholas Latifi, hopefully they get all the qualifications they want, and it can lead to a successful life off the track. I'm sure both drivers, they do want to race again. I'm sure they'll be successful in other series because they're still, good racing drivers. No one that says you're doing an awesome job, Chazza. Cheers. Much appreciated. Nick De Vries has scored a gig with Toyota for next year, says Paulie. Is that in, I assume that's in WEC. The World Endurance Championship, that is, if you don't know what WEC stands for. Of course, sports car racing. And yeah, it doesn't look to be confirmed, but there are reports that he is, or it's set to be confirmed, which is good to see. But yeah, let me try and find some more comments here if I can. Crystal Racing says, or actually, hold on. Celebrity Olympics started topic off by saying Leclerc really needs to leave Ferrari. Crystal Racing then saying Leclerc looks confused and stuck. Also asking, is Sainz now number one at Ferrari? Hello, by the way. See Blue Flag Alpha. Good to see you, mate. I don't think Carlos Sainz is the number one driver. I think though, because of Sainz's performances, I don't think I don't think that there is now an absolute confirmed number one driver, because we have to admit that Carlos Sainz has had, a good last few races, and obviously after that win in Singapore, deserves to be fighting on an equal footing for now compared to Charles Leclerc. But I don't think he's now the number one at Ferrari. I don't think that's all. I mean, the team principal Fred Vasseur, if he's going to prefer one driver, it's going to be Charles Leclerc, isn't it? Because was his team boss at Sauber in 2018. And, clearly, I think likes him more than Carlos as a driver. So, yeah, if anyone's going to be number one driver, it's going to be Leclerc. With what Celebrity Olympics said, though, about Leclerc needs to leave Ferrari, I'm not sure I would agree with that at the moment. I mean, obviously, I did make a video, I think, about a year and a half ago, talking about why Leclerc should leave Ferrari end of 2024. But, of course, circumstances have changed since then. Ferrari, of course, have new personnel, new team boss, new race strategist, and Ferrari as an operation are better than they were before. So they have made an improvement in that regard. But yeah, the performance of the car still isn't there, which is sad to see. But let's hope next year that will improve. But if you're looking right now at what Leclerc's options are, because obviously he's contracted until the end of next season, for 2025, what options does he have? Mercedes have their driver lineup officially sorted now until the end of 2025, so he can't go to Mercedes. McLaren, their driver lineup is officially sorted until the end of 2025 at least. Of course, Piastri has just signed on till the end of 2026. The only options he's got is Aston Martin, because Fernando Alonso officially is out of contract at the end of next season, but his contract, Alonso, is a 2+1 contract. What a 2+1 is a 2-year deal plus an option for an extra year, depending on parties believe that, well, if they want to continue for an extra year. So really, if Leclerc's going to leave Ferrari, he needs to hope that Fernando Alonso decides to leave Aston Martin at the end of 2024, which, I mean, if Aston Martin drop back into the midfield more permanently next year, maybe Fernando will do that. But even if he leaves Ferrari to go to Aston Martin, that necessarily a forward move for his career. At the minute, I'm not sure it is. We need to see more evidence. Aston Martin are actually going to be a serious team in the future. So, yeah, I think the right decision, given what's happened contract-wise with Hamilton and Russell, signing new contracts and Piastri signing a new contract, I think the best thing Leclerc should do is sign a new contract at Ferrari because there's not really any other good options out there. But if I'm Leclerc, I am not signing another 5-year deal. That would be suicide if he does that. What he needs to do is he needs to sign a short-term deal, like a 2-year extension to his current contract, which would take him until the end of 2026. That's what I would do if I was his agent, because at least if he does that, then he can, be with the team another couple of years. See, for 2026, where we'll have a complete new set of regulations, how Ferrari have, managed to maybe get them right or not so right. And if Ferrari in 2026 are bad and he needs to possibly look at moving to another team, then at least if he signs a shorter contract, then he can leave the Ferrari team at the end of 2026 to go to a better team for 2027. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for Leclerc, is that he doesn't sign another 5-year deal. Because if he does, and Ferrari fundamentally still don't improve to the point where they can seriously win a championship, then yeah, I think his career will be pretty screwed, given the talent he clearly has. Because with Charles Leclerc, let me just have a look to see how old he is before I make the next point that I wanted to make. So Leclerc's 25. He does turn 26 though next month on the 16th of October, which I think is just over a week after the Qatar Grand Prix. So yeah, at the end of 2024, he's going to be 27. If he signs another 5-year deal, then that'll he'll be at Ferrari until he's 32. You see what I mean by how that would be a mistake? Because if Ferrari wastes another 5 years of his career, then if he does leave Ferrari eventually when he's 32, then his window for winning a championship is at that point it's going to be quite small, especially with other great drivers out there, holding certain, or not holding, but taking up certain places on the grid at Red Bull, at Mercedes, at McLaren. Because of course, by the end of this decade going into the next one, the top drivers in Formula One are probably going to be, Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Russell, and then a couple drivers not on the grid at the moment, but will be soon, who probably will be top drivers as well, probably Antonelli and Behrman. So, yeah, if he signs another 5-year deal and then leaves Ferrari at the end of this decade, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to actually find a seat that puts him in a position to actually win a championship. So, if he does sign on again with Ferrari, which again I think at this point is the best thing for him to do, that the length of that contract is very, very important, and it could really decide his career unless Ferrari, suddenly can break their title drought. Anyway, let me just readjust in my chair quickly. And also a quick drink, because my throat is a bit sore. We've got just over an hour to go now for qualifying. So yeah, make sure to keep posting questions and comments in the chat. And then, yeah, I'll get to them in a few minutes' time. Well, not in a few minutes' time, sorry. In a few moments' time. So should be my throat better for the next few minutes or so. What I am going to do, though, quickly, is hide the timer. I will get back on screen in a moment. I just want to quickly show this, which is my next two pieces of content on the channel. And I just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, anyone watching, then make sure to subscribe for more content like this. We do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, previews, reviews, all of that stuff. And tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, I will be doing my race preview and then the race watch-along. And I'll be joined by my co-commentator Niblo. Take you through the events at Suzuka. And then live on Monday night at 8 p.m. UK time will be the weekend review for the Japanese Grand Prix. So make sure to join us for that. And, of course, in a couple of weeks, the next race in Qatar. So let me get the timer back on screen as we've got an hour and 3 minutes now to go till qualifying does begin. There you go. Hour and 3 minutes left. And as well, make sure, if you haven't already, to vote in the poll at the top of the live chat. And if you haven't already, make sure to smash the like button. Currently on 46 likes. Let's try and get over 50 if we can in the next few minutes or so. That'd be great if we could do that. But, yeah. Let's get into some more comments from you guys in the chat. Brabhamoz, great to see you, mate. Blue Flag Alpha says, I feel sad for Liam. He don't have a seat. Yeah, it is sad, but what do you call it? What can you do? We've seen it so many times in Formula One where drivers have, not been on the grid for certain years when they definitely deserve to still have a seat. Blue Flag Alpha says Alonso definitely will stick around in Aston Martin. Yeah, I think realistically Alonso will, because I don't really see where Fernando can go other than retirement, and I don't think Fernando does want to retire. Paulie says 2025 Carlos to Audi, Perez to Ferrari, Liam gets Red Bull seat, Yuki to Aston. A lot of these contracts expire next year. A big silly season coming, even if these predictions are way off. Yeah, next year's silly season definitely going to be more entertaining than this year's. Because, yeah, we've got Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, Perez. Perez out of contract at the end of next year? Can't remember if he is or not. But, yeah. Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, you've got out of contract at the end of next season. And a load of other drivers in the midfield as well. Probably Esteban Ocon. And then, Daniel Ricciardo, you'd imagine. Won't have a super long contract at AlphaTauri. Yeah, interesting to see what happens next year. But I don't think we're going to get as many changes on the grid as maybe some people think we will. I think some people are hoping we get, a load of different driver moves, but I don't think ultimately we will. I can see Carlos Sainz, though, going to Sauber for 2025, which, of course, in 2026, then becomes Audi. I can see that happening because Andreas Seidel, his ex-team boss from McLaren, runs Sauber. And there has been rumours that Carlos is looking at that for the future. And I do think Carlos wants to be in a team where he is the number one option. And at Ferrari, he is never going to be, even if he performs at the same level as Leclerc, he's never going to be the clear number one option at Ferrari. Blue Flag Alpha says, I'm worried that Charles may or might waste his years at Ferrari. Crystal Racing saying Bottas has to become a nude artist when he quits F1. Brabhamov saying, I think Williams might be an option for Liam. Logically, yeah. That should be the move that happens. But by the sounds of it, that's not going to happen. Of course, Red Bull would need to loan Liam Lawson to Williams. Are they keen to do that? Who knows? Probably not. Do Williams even want Liam Lawson in the car? I'd be surprised if they really were that keen on Logan Sargent, but over Liam Lawson. But yeah, logically, that's what should happen. Williams should sign Liam Lawson to partner Alex Albon for 2024. But yeah, that's not looking like it's going to be the case, unfortunately. Brabham also saying, but I am enjoying how out of hand the Liam Lawson hype is getting, a bit over the top, personally. I think he's rightly been getting praise for how good he's been. But I'll be honest, I've not seen what type of hype he has been getting. So, let me know, Brabham, what hype have you been seeing in particular? Because I've been seeing people praising him, but I've not been seeing anyone saying, Lawson is a future F1 race winner or anything. And I'd be surprised if most people think that, because I don't think Lawson is future, or has, well, he could be a future F1 race winner, but I don't think he's proven that clearly. No one that says Piastri single-handedly made silly season interesting. Yeah. That was, of course, last year, but yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Amazing to think that was already a year ago. All of that. Celebrity Olympics says, can't understand how people like Max. He has literally become the very thing he swore to destroy. Oh dear. I mean, one thing I will touch on, and I know you're not being necessarily that serious with your comment, but one thing I do want to touch on is this whole weird, I don't know what to call it, narrative or whatever, just it's a weird thing in the F1 community that for some reason there's this expectation that everyone should like all of the drivers. Yeah, it's just weird to me, because I mean, if you dislike a driver for a really stupid or wrong reason, then yeah, of course that is bad. But I mean, this is just in general in life. Nobody has to like anyone, and just because you've not met somebody before doesn't mean you can't possibly dislike that person for whatever reason. So yeah, if people dislike Max, then fine. If people dislike Lewis Hamilton, then fine, and other drivers, then fine. Certain people mix better with certain personalities, but yeah. The reason I'm saying that is, again, I just find it weird, because I do think there is like a thing in the F1 community where it's like people find it really weird if someone isn't the biggest fan of the way say a certain driver is as a person. It's just, yeah, it's weird to me. Again, if someone doesn't like an F1 driver for a really silly or stupid or just bad reason, then yeah, I get why that would be criticized. But at the end of the day, in life, nobody has to like anybody. Right, so find any more comments here. What comment was I wanting to expand on? There was another one. Oh yeah, it was from Blue Flag Alpha, I think it was. Where is it? Yeah, where he said, I'm worried that Charles might waste his years at Ferrari. Yeah, that's my worry. because we have seen it before. Fernando Alonso, you know, even though he came so close a couple times, his peak was wasted because, you know, if Alonso was driving a Ferrari car that was much closer on pace to the Red Bull at the time, I have no doubt Alonso would have at least 2 more world titles and would definitely be thought of as one of the top 5, 6 drivers of all time, which, given his talent, I think is probably what Fernando deserves, you know, where he deserves to be ranked. But again, the absolute prime of Fernando's career just wasn't was wasted, pretty much. But he's not the only driver. You've got, you know, John Alesi, who John Alesi was, you know, he wasn't on the level of Michael Schumacher. I need to make that clear. But I think John Alesi was definitely, given the drivers you had in his era, I think John Alesi was definitely good enough to win a championship as long as he was in the right team at the right time. I mean, if you look at, you know, we had Damon Hill win a title, Jacques Villeneuve win a title, and personally, I think John Alesi was more talented than Damon Hill and Jacques Villeneuve. So, yeah, I think Alesi absolutely could have been a world champion had he been in the right team, right time. I know when Hill and Villeneuve won their titles, Alesi wasn't at Ferrari at that time, but his time at Ferrari before did not allow him to get a promotion up the field. He went to Benetton, it was the next team he went to after Ferrari, which, I mean, I guess you could say was a promotion because Benetton had just won the championship, but he was never going to win the title with Benetton. And in, you know, 96, 97, Benetton didn't have a car that could win the world championship with a driver like him. So, yeah. So I think with Leclerc, I think he is heading for a better version of Jean Alesi's career. Because Alesi, of course, only won 1 race. Leclerc has, what, 5 race wins overall? And quite a few more pole positions. But, yeah, the Alesi era at Ferrari, you know, you had someone, Jean Alesi, who was incredibly quick, incredibly talented, but he raced at Ferrari at the absolute worst possible time, where Ferrari were going through probably the worst era in their history. I won't say the era that Leclerc's been with Ferrari has been the worst in their history, but it's definitely not been good. So, yeah, I am very much hoping his career isn't wasted by the Scuderia, but it wouldn't be a surprise to me, put it that way, if it was in the end, given that Ferrari have done it before to other drivers. Talking of John Alesi, though, he did actually have the chance to move to Williams in 1991 when he left Tyrrell. And I think originally he actually did agree to move to Williams for 91, and then Ferrari came in, try and sign him, and he decided to go with Ferrari. Now, at the time, in 1990, Ferrari were actually fighting for the championship and Williams were not. So, at the time, yeah, I guess it made sense, but yeah, it was the wrong decision in the end. They spend the next few years not even staring at the back of a Williams, but getting lapped by a Williams a few times and being, you know, absolutely miles off the pace of the Williams cars because he was in the Ferrari, which was, you know, so poor. So yeah, big opportunity missed. Because if he had gone to Williams in 91 instead of Nigel Mansell, who did originally in 1990 announce he was retiring at the end of 1990. If he had gone to Williams, Alesi, instead of Mansell, I think Alesi wins, what, at least 1 championship, maybe more. Because I think definitely he would have been better than Riccardo Patrese, who was a good driver, but I don't think he was, as talented as Alesi was. Brother Moz says, where should Charles go to? I mean, obviously, with Mercedes, as I said a few minutes ago, with Mercedes, their lineup is all sorted until the end of 2025, and McLaren, their lineup is sorted until the end of 2025 as well. He doesn't really have any options, but ideally, I think the only other team he can go to where he can have a realistic chance of winning a championship in the future is Mercedes. But Mercedes won't have a opening until 2026 at the earliest. So, yeah, like I said, I think if he signs a new contract, which I think he probably should, he needs to make sure it's just like a 2-year deal rather than a massively long one. Brabham says, I put Jean Alesi in the Massa sort of group. Yeah, I think that's fair. Put him in that. He wasn't a midfield level driver, but he wasn't he wasn't Michael Schumacher, if that makes any sense. He was in that middle ground, kind of like Carlos Sainz has been at the minute, where I know Sainz has performed very well the last couple of races, but I think we all agree Carlos is not on the level of Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton. But he's not the exact same level as an Esteban Ocon, for example. I think Sainz is definitely better than him. So I think that's a fair assessment, absolutely. Wait, Bottas and Checo have more wins than Leclerc? Is that true? Yeah, it is. I think Bottas has like 2 or 3 more wins. Maybe even might be 4 or 5 more wins. And yeah, Perez has won what? He's won twice this year, twice last year, and once 2021, once in 2020. So yeah. That's the thing with Leclerc is, and I think I said this with Lando Norris in a video I did about a year ago, a similar thing that, they've got the talent to be a world champion in the right situation, but because of the situation they're in, they're probably going to end their career with numbers in terms of race wins, poles, podiums, all of that look not that great, when in reality they were better than what the numbers suggest. So yeah, again, like Jean Alesi, only had 1 race win. Alesi was definitely better than just 1 race win. Alesi could have easily won 10 or more races in his career if he was racing again for a team like Williams during the time when he was at Ferrari. Celebrity Olympics says, to be honest, Charles could always follow Ricciardo and not compete for a year. I don't see that happening. Very surprised if that happened. I mean, he has said that he is interested in doing the 24-hour of Le Mans race for the Ferrari WEC team, but I think if he is going to do that, he's probably going to do that alongside being the Ferrari Formula 1 driver. Keith was saying, have to say Esteban Gutierrez is the only driver that I was absolutely disgusted with based on his performance. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't disgustingly bad. think that's a bit extreme, but yeah, he wasn't that good. Was Esteban? He was a paid driver, pretty clearly. Just looking on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys, but I don't think. Don't think I can see anything. No, there's no news at the minute. As we've got, what, just under 45 minutes to go until qualifying. So keep your comments coming, guys. Let me know what you think's going to happen in qualifying if you haven't already. And if you want to, again, ask any questions, F1 related, of course, make sure to post them in the chat. And of course, there's a poll running at the top of the chat where I've asked you guys who will take pole position for the 2023 Japanese Grand Prix. Your options are Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Norris. Let me know out of those four who you think is most likely to take the all-important pole position. Seirugara says, easy to forget that in 2019 or 2018, Ferrari took the title race to the penultimate round. That is, well, I wish it was true, but yeah, it wasn't. Hamilton, he won the title in Mexico, which was the last race. But, I mean, really, it wasn't a close title race in the end, was it? Between Mercedes and Ferrari. That was officially the first F1 season that we covered on this channel. Of course, I used to have an old channel under the same name. But, yeah. Second half of 2018. First season we covered on the channel. And I can listen to some of those classic moments. You so choose to. If you do, be warned, the quality of the streams back then was, well, not as good as it is now. Josh says, no one can top Stroll as the ultimate pay driver. I'm not sure about that. It's up for debate, definitely. Stroll, I mean, let's not deny it. The reason he got into Formula One, you know, a big reason was because of the financial package that he brought to Williams. But yeah, I think there's definitely other drivers out there that might take that title of being the biggest pay driver ever. The Constructors' Championship, they took it to the penultimate round. The team had 6 wins and like 24 podiums. Oh, right, okay. I can't remember, to be honest, when the Constructors' title was wrapped up at really any race during any season, because I don't really pay attention too much to the Constructors' title victories in terms of when they come at particular races. I see if there's any Twitter news, and I don't think I can find anything. Crystal Racing asks, Kaz, who was the better number 2 driver, Checo or Bottas? I think you definitely have to say Bottas. I think, Perez last year had a good, season. I thought he was one of the top few performing drivers on the grid, and it was probably his best season in Formula One. It was for Sergio Perez, but I think Valtteri Bottas was just more consistent than Perez has been. 2017, 2019, and 2020 especially, Valtteri, I think, did pretty much the job that Mercedes were expecting him to do. 2018, maybe not as much, but he was quite unlucky that year. I remember with quite a few issues. Leading a race and then having a tyre failure. Sorry about the noises, by the way. It's my chair, which is quite squeaky. Leading the race in Baku that year, having a tyre failure, broke down a couple times, was took out of the race, I think, a couple times. So, yeah, I think Valtteri Bottas would have to take it. And I've said it since he left Mercedes, and I think I even said it towards the end of his time at Mercedes because I knew it was coming to an end. People, when Valtteri Bottas retires or leaves Formula One, people will start to appreciate how good of a number 2 driver he was. Because he was your, Rubens Barrichello level of driver. And everyone, looks back at Rubens Barrichello with a lot of love and a lot of respect. But, people love to take the piss out of Valtteri Bottas, which a lot of it is unnecessary. A lot, some of it is obviously just banter, but a lot of it is just over the top with Valtteri. And yeah, he is an incredibly quick driver over a qualifying lap. And when he was at his best a few years ago, there wasn't that many drivers in the world better than him. The only drivers in the world better than him in, say 2019 were, Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc, maybe Vettel as well. So, yeah. In a few minutes, I will post a link of the stream out again. So, just to let you guys know about that before we go any further. Brabhamol saying Niki Lauda was a paid driver originally. Yeah, he was, but of course proved himself. GCL streams, not unusual. The UK and Europe underestimate the Aussie. A couple other people saying Bottas. Brabham saying, I think Max will get pole by 28 seconds. Well, if it was wet, possibly. But, yeah. Is there any other comments? Find. Don't think so. Brabham earlier saying Ericsson was underrated. I think maybe there were a couple people that were a bit over the top in criticizing him. Maybe I was one of them. I can't really remember what my opinion of Ericsson was back in 2018. But yeah, I'm not sure I would say he was underrated. I think he was rated about where we would all put him. He wasn't, I would say, like a solid midfield driver, like a Ocon Gasly level driver, but he was okay at best. But definitely nowhere near good enough to keep on the grid for a long time. And let me just check Twitter to see if there's any new news. And can't see. No, can't see anything. What does overrated driver mean? Well, it means, you know, if most people rate this a certain driver at a certain level, and you know, if I say that they're overrated, then it means that obviously I think that they're not as good as will make them out to be. But yeah, just watching the Sky F1 broadcast, and they're currently doing an interview piece with Liam Lawson, who obviously is racing this weekend for AlphaTauri. Daniel Ricciardo, we believe, will be back in 2 weeks' time in Qatar. And this could be, theoretically, Liam Lawson's last ever race in Formula One. There's no guarantee he'll ever be on the grid, whether it's next year or the year after. So, yeah. I mean, I think he will be on the grid eventually, Lawson, even if he's not next year. But, yeah. It is possible. So, let's see what Lawson can do. And obviously, he has raced here before. He raced here earlier this year in the Super Formula Series that he's currently competing in. And he will be racing here again at the end of October in the last couple rounds of the Super Formula Championship, where he still has a chance to win the championship. No one that you know says Checkers. My fellow countryman, but got to admit Bottas is more complete driver, yeah. I think what decides it is, yeah, Valtteri a lot of the time in qualifying was doing really what was expected of him. And you couldn't really, when he was at his peak, you couldn't really most of the time complain about how quick he was. There were the odd sessions, yeah, where he was a bit too slow, but most of the time he was doing absolutely fine. And Perez, especially this year, again, he's been excessively poor at times with his lap time. And, right, I'm going to do something in the chat that maybe certain people will disagree with, but I'm going to do it anyway. And yeah, I'm going to hide that user, Kiefer, because, and I'm going to say it quickly before I get it, move on, go on to the rest of the stream. But I'm sorry, Kiefer, if you're listening, you're spamming the chat way too much with the same question for literally everyone who joins. Yeah. That's why I've done that, because it's annoying. And I'm pretty sure spam, I don't think there's any streamer when it comes to moderation of their chat that obviously likes spam, and what you're doing is spam, repeatedly asking the same thing over and over again. And no disrespect, but the thing you're asking is not even that interesting. I don't think really anyone cares that much about the ranking of Sauber's drivers over the last few years. Again, some people may think I'm being harsh, but it's just annoying. And it is spammy. So that's why I've done that. Anyway, let's move on. And by the way, Keith, if you are still listening, if you think I'm being harsh, then message me on Discord and let me know what you think. And, if you can at least promise that you won't keep spamming the same thing over and over again, then I'll unhide you as a user and you'll be able to post comments again. But if you're gonna keep doing that, then yeah, I'm not gonna allow you to post comments, because again, it's annoying. Anyway, we have got half an hour to go until qualifying. So let me post the link of the stream out a couple more times before we get into the session. As I can see, Christian Horner, the Red Bull team boss, being interviewed in the pit lane. They're asking him about Liam Lawson. Wonder what he's saying. Find out later. Come join us here to Watchalong qualifying at Suzuka. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. Yeah, let me just really quickly do this so I can get back to your comments in the chat. Come join us to watch along qualifying at the Japanese GP. There you go. Right. That should be all good. Blue Flag Alpha says he should stop spamming already. Glad I'm not the only one who thought the same. Yeah. Again, I don't mind people asking questions, but literally asking everyone in the chat the same question over and over again. And I could tell a couple of you were deliberately ignoring him as well. So I don't, you know, I'm not the only one who thought he was being a bit too spammy, and just in the end was way over the top with it. So yeah, I think that's probably the first time I've done that, banned someone for spam. There has been times in the past though where I should have done it. There was a couple people early in the beginning of this channel that used to post the same comment over and over again in the chat. I don't know if you guys remember a guy called Halam899. He used to be around regular at the start of the channel, and every single time he would post in the chat, as soon as he entered, "Hey, first time watching," every single time. And eventually I found, with a bit of, you know, bit of digging, that he did that to every other channel that he watched, and it was basically just some weird, I don't know, thing he did. So yeah, I think eventually I did hide him from the channel. And then there was another guy who, I don't know if you guys remember, I can't remember what his name was exactly, but he used to repetitively ask me what my real name was. And I think eventually he stopped after I kept repetitively saying, you know, stop asking what my name was. Because he would also ask in the Discord as well, what is your real name? Again, really weird. But yeah, in those two instances, I should have definitely banned those people earlier. But yeah. Crystal Racing says, nowhere near as bad as Twitter arguing who's the best post-Schumacher driver at Ferrari. No, I'd say it's worse. I don't think it's that bad. Brabham saying this is why I love you, Chazza. It's just, you know, it's, you know, I guess you could say what they're doing is, you know, it's not, they mean well. So, you know, I'm not banning them for like really bad stuff. I'm not banning them for using slurs or any stuff like that. I'm not saying they're bad people, but yeah, it's annoying. And again, you'll find most streamers do ban people for spamming messages. So, yeah. Blue Flag Alpha saying lots of weird people in the chat. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. 99% of people that comment in the chat are absolutely fine. And yeah, you guys are great, so don't worry. Right, let me find a couple other comments quickly. Blue Flag Alpha says, if this is really Liam's last race, then it will be sad. It will. It will. But again, it's happened in the past, hasn't it? Where drivers have had their F1 careers cut short way earlier than it should have been because of politics. Pascal Wehrlein, like I said, a few years ago, probably deserved at least another season in Formula One. I know certain teams weren't the biggest fan of him as a personality, but in terms of performance, he deserved another year, I think. I mean, look at Mick Schumacher. I know he wasn't great at Haas last year, but he definitely was good enough to be on the grid still, in my view. But yeah, Mick, by the looks of it, Mick Schumacher will not be on the grid for next season, which is a shame. And the current rumour is that he will be Mercedes reserve driver again in 2024 and will be racing for Alpine in the World Endurance Championship. We'll see if that's officially confirmed soon or not. We're all dorks. What are you talking about? Nah, you guys are great. Who is most likely to become a champion? Piastri or Norris? I think it's too early, really, to say out of those two, because Piastri, I don't think we've seen him at his best yet. I think we need to wait until next season, to be honest. I think Lando Norris definitely is definitely a future world champion. Oscar Piastri, I think, probably is. But again, in determining how good Piastri really is, we need to wait until next season. I cannot wait to see how he does next year. And hopefully, the McLaren car really competitive to go along with it, like it is now. We're what, just over 20 minutes away from the beginning of the session. Bravamos says Mick was definitely was cut short a few years in F1. Yeah, I think he deserved definitely another year and another opportunity. And I still believe that. I still think he deserves at least another opportunity. Given you've got drivers like, Joe, Sargent on the grid, who I don't think deserve as much of an opportunity as Mick does. Because I think Mick has actually shown more than them in Formula One and shown more potential. I mean, even in the Junior Formula Series, Mick Schumacher won the Euro F3 title in 2018 and then won the Formula 2 title in 2020. This is Mick Schumacher is a good driver. So, yeah. But, sorry, it's so funny on Twitter. Yeah, can't see any news on Twitter. Doesn't appear to be that many people in the F1 community actually awake at the minute, which, yeah, is why there isn't that many people posting stuff. Brabamod says Piastri is smarter and calmer than Norris, I think. I think that's too hard to determine because I don't think, at least for myself, I don't think I can really determine the intelligence between the two. And the calmness, I think Norris is a pretty calm driver considering how aggressive he is, to be honest. So yeah, not sure I would agree with that, but I don't think there's really, um, the evidence for me to say that that is what you're saying is wrong. Paulie says that's a big weakness of the cap. If a driver brings the car or bins the car a bit much first year, they will bin them. Yeah, Mick Schumacher obviously had a couple big crashes, and yeah, that is an issue. And to be honest, I think there is definitely a good argument he had that crash costs, damage costs, should not be included in the budget cap. I think there is a good argument for that, but I don't think realistically that would be solved. Crystal Racing says, I remember that huge sigh Chaz exhaled when I said Gasly is a future world champion 3 years ago at Imola when he qualified 4th. God, that was so long ago. Yeah, that was when we returned to Imola, wasn't it? I think Halloween 2020 or something like that. I think that was the only watch-along I did that season. Obviously, I had a really tough 2020 personally, and I only did, I think, one watch-along, which might have been that weekend. Yeah, I can't remember if you did say that, to be honest, but yeah, I've never sat and thought Pierre Gasly was a world champion caliber driver. For me, he's always been Gasly, a driver who at best could be like a number 2 at a big team, playing a number 2 driver role to a Hamilton, a Verstappen, someone like that. I know obviously he was Verstappen's teammate for half a year, but he wasn't ready to be in that Red Bull then, and he wasn't. He got so much better after he left Red Bull. But I don't think the Gasly we saw at Red Bull was the best version of Pierre Gasly. But, yeah. Brett says it's almost 1 a.m. here, but oh well. Yeah, it's just getting light here in the UK. It's nearly 7:15 in the morning. So we're just over 15 minutes away from qualifying getting underway. Just doing some final analysis before we get into the session. But let me see if there's any more comments in chat I can find. War Machine says, for the single year that Mick Schumacher was a driver at Haas, he was single-handedly responsible for in excess of $4 million worth of damage. True, but I don't think you should purely, even though that is obviously costly for a team like Haas F1, who have, not as much money as a lot of teams on the grid, I don't think that should be the number one reason in deciding whether he stays or not. Because, let's say theoretically Mick was a bit quicker than he proved to be in 2022. If he had still had those big crashes, I think Mick still would have deserved, keep his spot. I don't think deciding whether drivers deserve to keep their spot or not should be dependent on the amount of times they crash. It should be on their performance when they're not crashing. Brett says, hey Chazza, did you say you had a Discord? I'd love to join and I won't be like that one guy who talked about LOL. Yeah, there's a link below in the description. There's a link to the Discord in the description. If you click on it, then yeah, it should take you to my Discord server, and then you just need to, if you've got an account, go on the server. If you've not, you have to create one. But yeah, there is a link in the live chat, or in the description, sorry. Yeah, if you can click on it, then make sure to do so. And yeah, anyone watching who is not in the Discord server, the Discord is a great place for keeping up to date with my content in terms of when I go live, when I upload videos, and channel updates in terms of me announcing schedules for a month or a race weekend, etc., etc. So if you want to keep up to date with my content and when I'm doing stuff, then yeah, Discord is a great place to be. Crystal Racing says Gasly's lack of consistency and attention span can be troubling, to be honest. Yeah, it's disappointing with Pierre because in 2021, which I think is clearly, Gasly's best year in Formula One, he was consistently getting into Q3. He was brilliant in qualifying. There was even a race where he was on the front row. Was it in Qatar? There was races where he was, 4th, 5th, 6th, and even more than once was Pierre. So yeah, it was annoying because he had that, great season, but since then he's just not really got anywhere close to that. I know the AlphaTauri that year was pretty good, but yeah, it's disappointing how he just hasn't come close really to that level of performance. But at the end of the day, for midfield caliber drivers like Gasly, like Ocon, they are going to be inconsistent. They're not going to be week in, week out, getting the best out of the car and putting in, performances week in, week out, which make you think that they're having a great season. They're just, they're solid midfield drivers. That's what they are. Half the time at least, they will do the job required, if not most of the time. And, you're not going to really lose anything having those drivers in your team compared to, the drivers around their level. Crystal Racing saying love the Ferris wheel at Suzuka. Yeah, it's a very good site. I think in there one at there's one at Silverstone as well, isn't there? Which I'm not sure if it's newly added or not. Don't remember there being a Ferris wheel when I went in 2018. But when I went in 2018, it was a World Endurance Championship event, F1 event. F1 analysis. Lando Norris's second place lap in practice 3. As currently on the track, the sun is shining. And it's now getting into the later part of the day. It's still quite hot. Remember, the track temperature in practice 3 was 43 degrees Celsius. Very hot for Suzuka. So, yeah. Seiragara says Webber was actually better than you may think in 2011. By the way, top 5 in 18 races he finished. Podium most races and the win at the end. True, but the Red Bull car was by far the best car in 2011, which is why most people, and I think rightfully most people, agree that Webber had not a poor 2011, but it wasn't as good as it should have been from him, given how quick the car was. And that win, by the way, at the end of 2011 was gifted to him because his teammate Vettel had a gearbox problem. So, yeah. Crystal Racing says Webber bottle 2010. Make sure you don't say that too loudly. A certain Australian is kicking around. Having another look at Twitter to see if there's anything. Of course, Twitter now called X. I am always going to call it Twitter. I don't care. I think I saw a poll I think it was a poll of Americans that what was it, 60 or 70% of Americans still call X Twitter. So yeah. So we're just looking in the Mercedes garage on the TV broadcast as they're just getting Hamilton's car finally ready. Crowd now packing in. Qualifying session. Ferrari flags flying in the grandstand. Many flags flying. There's many different fan bases in that crowd. You've got McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari fans, Williams fans, Tsunoda fans, Alonso fans, probably Vettel fans, even though he's not on the grid anymore. Literally every, every team or driver that you think would have a fan, it's in the grandstand. Ferrari flag flying at the top of the grandstand there, I think towards the final couple corners. You've got Alonso and Verstappen flags, British flag, Australian. Lots of different fan bases at this Grand Prix as usual. War Machine says, it's incredibly sad that Schumacher Jr. lost his seat. I always feel that he deserved a second bite of the apple, so that was unfair in all honesty. It was just bad luck that Shuey Jr. wasn't solid. Yeah, I mean, he, what do you call it? He definitely wasn't great in 2022. There was definitely things that he could have done better in that particular season. But I think he wasn't given enough time to properly work on them. And also, when he did start to make some improvement on the issues he was having, which was lack of pace in qualifying, and was actually starting to beat Kevin Magnussen more in the races in the latter part of the year, again, he just wasn't given that further chance. Now, did Haas make the right decision to replace Magnussen? Not to replace Magnussen, to replace Schumacher with Hülkenberg? Yeah, they did. They did make the right decision. But in regards to Mick Schumacher's career, I don't think it was necessarily good for his development. Fangio fans, be incredible if there ever was any. As yeah, we're just a few minutes away from the beginning of qualifying. I'll tell you one Grand Prix we need to get going again. Probably not going to happen in the next few years, given the economic situation in this country, but we need to go back to Argentina because they have a motorsport heritage. Of course, they used to be, and I think they probably still are mad on Formula One. They are in particular in South America, and there are racetracks in Argentina. Now, the one that we raced at last there in the 90s was a brutal track. Incredibly bumpy and very, just very weird at times in how it would cause certain race weekends to go. Let's just say that. But yeah, I would love if we went back to Argentina. And I think I will read just one final comment before we get into qualifying, and that is from Brother Moz, who says, I was a massive Webber fan back in the day. I was getting on a plane in Dubai once, and I've watched so much Mark Webber in my time, I immediately knew it was him while looking at the back of his head. Yeah. I mean, when I started watching F1 in back end of 2011, he was one of the drivers, Webber, even though I'm British. He was one of the drivers that I did gravitate to because he's always has been, always will be. He's such a likable, very respectable guy. And just a proper, I won't say a proper lad. I think that's the wrong term to use with him because I won't say he's a lad, but a proper gentleman, if you know what I mean. A proper racing driver. And yeah, I think everyone had respect for him, even if they had disagreements with him and tension with him. Obviously, Sebastian Vettel had quite a bit. Yeah, I think everyone massively respected him. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. He is criminally underrated. People disrespect, what he did in his career so much, and it does piss me off quite a bit because he was legitimately a really, really quick and really good driver at his peak. Anyway, we have got just under 4 minutes to go, guys, until qualifying does begin at Suzuka. The F1 intro is now playing. And I will, in a couple moments' time, get into the session. Just want to say quickly before we get into it, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. Make sure to hit the notifications bell as well, so you're notified as to when I go live and upload videos and make community posts as well. And for everyone watching, make sure, if you haven't already, to smash that like button. As well, there is a poll running at the top of the live chat where I've asked you guys who will take pole position for the Japanese Grand Prix. I will keep that poll running until the beginning of Q3. So you've still got another, 45 minutes, really, if you haven't decided already who you think will take pole out of Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz and Norris. But let me hide the timer. And before we get into qualifying, let's just look at the championship standings before we get into things. Max Verstappen, 151 points clear of Sergio Perez. Lewis Hamilton, third, 10 points clear of Alonso. And then you've got Sainz in fifth, Leclerc sixth, Russell seventh, Norris only 12 points behind in eighth, Lance Stroll ninth, 2 points clear of Pierre Gasly, still somehow in the top 10. And on the constructor side, you have got Red Bull, how many points clear? 308 points clear, I believe, of Mercedes. Ferrari not too far behind Mercedes now, only 24 points is the gap, and Ferrari need a good qualifying session here to keep up that progress towards second place. Aston Martin are fourth, McLaren catching quickly in fifth, with Alpine sixth, Williams seventh, Haas eighth, Alfa Romeo ninth, and AlphaTauri in 10th. But let me just get rid of a couple things. There you go. And quickly correct the text. And Q1, of course, will be an 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark. Just get that sorted quickly. We've got many AlphaTauri / Sonoda fans waving flags in the grandstands. Great to see. But yeah, I'll get the timer on screen as soon as I can. And let me finally get out the dotted line to illustrate that cutoff zone as I normally do. And there. Place. There you go. So obviously everyone who finishes below that dotted line at the end of Q1 will be out of the session. All the cars ready to get out there. And given how this track wears out tyres, I don't think you're going to see that many teams going for, loads of extra runs on the soft compound tyre in this session, because after just one flying lap, the tyres do take quite a pounding around this circuit. And with the heat we have this weekend in Japan, that's not going to help. There's been quite high thermal degradation with these tyres this weekend. So yeah, it's going to be not going to be a simple session for the teams out there. There is Oscar Piastri, like just showed on the TV broadcast. Yeah, has now signed a new contract to McLaren and will be at McLaren until the end of 2026. as Lance Stroll waiting at the exit of the pit lane. First car at the exit of the pit lane, waiting for the green light to go on, as the AlphaTauri of Yuki Tsunoda not even got any tyres on at the minute. So clearly they're not in a rush. And nope, here come the tyres. So now they're deciding to properly get ready. The Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, which of course won the last Grand Prix in Singapore just a week ago. Took pole position brilliantly, did Sainz, Singapore and at Monza, and is aiming for his third pole position in a row. Session should have started by now, and yes, it has. And we're looking at the AlphaTauri of Liam Lawson on the track. And Lawson has actually been quicker than Tsunoda in, I think, 2 of the 3 practice sessions so far this weekend. So Lawson, Lawson looking pretty good. But unfortunately, the F1 broadcast are not showing the time, and now they are, but it's gone past the 17-minute mark. So I'll have to sync up the timer, unfortunately, guys, at the 16-minute mark. So I'll do that as soon as we get to that in 30 seconds from now. Yuki Tsunoda, I can see there on one of the screens on the pit wall, just getting his gloves on. So clearly he'll be out there in a second. Not literally. They just showed their Franz Tost on the AlphaTauri pit. Well, of course, Franz Tost will be leaving, I believe, AlphaTauri and basically Formula 1 at the end of the year. And there you go. 16 minutes to go in Q1. Can Liam Lawson make it into Q2 for the 3rd race in a row? He qualified, Lawson, 12th at Monza. What was it? I think 10th in Singapore. What can he do at one of the greatest racetracks in the world, which thankfully for him, he has experience of racing at? Lawson flying through the S's. And just to let you guys know, the best lap time in practice 3 was a 1:30.2. So in terms of lap times, just keep your eye out for what lap times they do in comparison to the times that they were doing in practice 3. As Lawson takes the wider line from the hairpin, which a lot of people do tend to take. Lawson and Stroll at the minute are the only 2 cars on track. And they're both setting a time. Everybody else still in the pit lane. Not anymore. Max Verstappen now enters the fray. Liam Lawson completing the middle sector now. And purple middle sector. That's Lance Stroll obviously goes quickest, because he's the first car to complete the lap. And Liam Lawson comes to the line and goes quicker. So Lawson quickest for AlphaTauri on a 1:31.7, which is pretty much the lap time they did in what do you call it? Pretty much the lap time they did in practice 3. So it's a decent first lap there for Lawson. And Lance Stroll, half a second slower than Lawson. So no idea what happened to Stroll, his lap. But that is a poor lap time of 1:32.2. That is nowhere near good enough, as we've now got the Red Bulls, the Mercedes, Alonso, 2 Haas's, the Alpines, both McLarens now, all on outlaps. So, we're currently on the broadcast looking at Max Verstappen. Yeah, he did the best time of the weekend so far in practice 3 of a 1:30.2. Can he at least match that this first lap of qualifying? Would be very impressed if he goes into the 1:29 straight away. And yeah, overall, for in terms of pole position later on when we get to Q3, my expectation is pole position will be probably a low 1:29, maybe at the absolute peak of very late 1:28. So here in Q1, probably going to see, yeah, the best lap time being a low 1:30. Pretty much what we saw in practice 3. As Max Verstappen does a very good first sector, a 31.2, which is 10th quicker than Norris went in practice 3 through the first sector. Bit of a rough ride over the exit curve of Degner 2, though. So not the finest lap so far. As Verstappen getting a bit of a slipstream from the Williams ahead of Alex Albon. Verstappen through the spoon. And, yeah, perfect through there. And, of course, will be very, very quick through the middle sector compared to the rest, as Hamilton and Norris are now on their first flying laps. Max is going to go quickest, so may as well put him to the top of the timesheets. How quick will it be, though? As Lando Norris now does a purple first sector. Very impressive. Max Verstappen, a 1:29.8. What a lap time by Max Verstappen out of the blocks. That is very good. And it is 0.8 of a second quicker than Sergio Perez, who goes second. Lewis Hamilton does a 31.0 and goes third. And George Russell now goes third for Mercedes. So the Mercedes miles off Max Verstappen. Kevin Magnussen goes up to 6th. Nico Hulkenberg up to 8th. Esteban Ocon up to 5th as Lando Norris comes to the line and only goes 0.2 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. So very encouraging lap time there of a 1:30.0 for Lando. So it's Verstappen, Norris, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, and now Alonso in 6th place as Tsunoda is about to complete his first time in qualifying. And it is a 1:31.2, puts him up to 8th, but we've only had 11 times done so far. So Alonso is 6th. And then you've got Ocon in 7th. Is a replay of Max Verstappen. Yeah, just very slight bit too wide on the exit of the second Degner. Probably would have cost him a 10th at most. We've now got Oscar Piastri up to 3rd. Yellow flag. Who's that for? Doesn't say what part of the track. Oh, that's going to be a red flag. That is a gigantic crash. And who is it for? I think it is Logan. Yeah, it is. It's Logan Sargent. Let me get rid of the time. And that is an absolutely gigantic crash. Logan is okay. Getting out of the car now. But he has hit the wall very hard coming out of the final corner. And from what I can see, he has probably spun the car coming out of the final chicane, and that's what's done it. But let me just update that Piastri is up to 3rd place, as now Piastri, I think, needs to wait before he starts walking in the pit lane because now all the cars have got to come back in. As the Williams mechanics look devastated, knowing they've got a long night ahead of them. Get his car ready for the race. So it's Verstappen, Norris, Piastri, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, and then Tsunoda in 9th. And now we're seeing a replay of what Sargent did. So exit of the chicane. Yeah, lost the rear end, touched the grass, and then went into the barrier. Did, not exactly, but pretty much what Timo Glock did at that final corner. How many years ago was that? 14 years ago? That crash for Glock actually, I think, badly cut his leg. Glock ended up missing the rest of 2009 because of that. He didn't go that far into the barriers like Glock did all those years ago. So, yeah, he is okay. The car isn't, though. The barrier looks to be okay from what I've seen. But the car obviously now needs to be cleared away. So, yeah, let me just complete the order for what it is. And, right. So, 13 times only on the board so far. And it is Verstappen quickest from Norris, Piastri, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, Tsunoda, Zhou. That's your top 10. And then you've got Magnussen, Lawson, and Stroll, the final 3 lap times that have been done. And that crash, by the way, for Logan Sargent will put a lot of pressure now on him going forward. Because it's still not settled that his, that he has a Formula 1 future. And if Williams can find a much better option, then they need to make that replacement. Brett says, as an American, this one hurts. Yeah, and I have to say, with Logan Sargent, it is disappointing because we did see some encouraging signs from Logan in F3 and F2, and I did not think he would be this bad in F1. I'm not saying he's been, Mazepin levels of bad. That's a special kind of bad. But he's not been anywhere close to the level we expected. Especially after his first race weekend where he was pretty good and finished, I think, was it 12th on his debut? Only a few seconds away from finishing in the points. Again, it was a really encouraging debut, but since then, he just hasn't really done anything. Yeah, it's very disappointing, but he hasn't performed, unfortunately. But yeah, we are currently under red flag conditions with 9 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock in Q1. As soon as I get the session going again, I will get the timer back on screen when we hit the 9-minute mark. But we are not currently looking at whether, car is currently being cleared away. Leclerc there is watching an on-board of his own lap, I think, that he did earlier, either in the weekend or earlier today. But yeah, Max Verstappen, 1:29.8, brilliant first lap time of Q1. And if that's, the best time you can do in Q1, then I'd say pole position is probably likely to be in the 1:28s. Which is, yeah, better than I was expecting coming into this session, as you heard me say a few minutes ago. I thought it'd probably be most likely a low 1:29, but we're nearly there. And Max's lap time of a 1:29.8 is only 5.5 tenths slower than his pole position lap of last year. So it just shows you the progress that has been made, despite these cars not having as much downforce as they had at the end of last season, as, yeah, Albon's car, not Albon, Sargent's car being fitted to the back of the pickup truck. Doesn't look like there's barrier repairs going on, so thankfully this delay is not going to be that long. Yeah, lost the rear end, as they're showing a replay, got onto the grass, and from then on in, it was inevitable what was going to happen. It's going to be a big repair job for the mechanics overnight. But at least the crash happened right next to the pit lane, so they'll be able to get the car back sooner to be able to get that work done sooner. But, what do you call it? Still red flag conditions. No word as of yet when we will be back underway. Hopefully in about 5 minutes' time is when we'll be back underway. But yeah, I'm not there and say for sure I know when we will be. Mazepin needs an award. Yeah, he was a driver that we all loved and we dearly miss, as he provided much entertainment and many memes. Seen a couple people on Twitter saying that Sargent crash might put him out of his Williams seat. Maybe it does. Seeing someone saying they want Nicholas Latifi back. I did say it though, I think a couple days ago with Latifi that, you know, Efron, you know, we could all meme about Latifi and how bad he was. Latifi was not as bad as Logan Sargent has been, and I will defend that to the ends of the earth. Latifi last year finished in the points here at Suzuka, even, despite having that incredibly embarrassing moment in practice where he forgot where the track went and almost turned into a barrier. Yeah, he finished in the points here last year for Williams, in the wet as well. Very difficult conditions. And he finished, was it 9th or 10th ahead of the McLaren of Norris? Or he was around the McLaren of Norris, I think. Even that one performance is better than anything Logan has done in Formula 1 so far. So, yeah, Latifi would literally be better than Logan Sargent. But, you know, Latifi's doing his own thing now. Williams definitely needs to replace American, who's clearly not up to standard in Formula 1. Blue Flag Alpha says not Lance. Logan is definitely getting the boot. Again, the reports we've heard from quite reliable sources is that he is set to stay on the grid. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens. But I am hoping that he is replaced by, you know, a better driver. But we'll have to see what happens with that. The FIA have just said, FIA Race Control have just said, the session will resume in, I think, about 3.5 minutes time, as Alex Albon had a lap time of 1:31.4 deleted for a track limit violation. I think the exit of Degner 1, why Albon doesn't have a lap time. Yeah, session will resume in about 3 minutes time. So, not too long until we're back underway. War Machine says, I really do hope Charles Leclerc comes to his senses and leaves Ferrari. Maranello blatantly sabotaged Kimi and Sebastian with impunity. The Williams of Logan Sargent, his car at least, is back into the pits. Of course, Logan is all okay. Currently punching a wall probably in the Williams motorhome. All the fans waving to the camera. Yeah. Everyone will be back out there shortly. And given we've had this red flag, bang in the middle of Q1, that does give the teams the ability to do an extra run in Q1 than they probably would have done if it was a totally normal Q1 session. So, yeah, we'll see if teams decide to go for an extra set of soft tyres in Q1 and then maybe carry one of those over into Q2 and use them again. As we've got both Ferraris waiting at the exit of the pit lane. Red light still on. And it is Leclerc ahead of Sainz. Of course, Ferrari have not set a lap time so far. Still waiting to get to the time. Be able to get underway. I think we're another minute away. Maybe another 40 seconds or so from officially starting Q1 again. A few seconds and then I'll sync up the timer when we officially start. Got an AlphaTauri behind the two Ferraris of Liam Lawson, who has set a time so far of a 1:31.6, I think, or a 1:31.7 actually it was. Alex Albon in the garage still, despite not setting a time. So is, by the looks of it, Fernando Alonso. And yeah, there you go. Q1 officially underway. Again, back underway. And we have got, as you can see now, 9 minutes to go in Q1. Not everybody has set their first lap time yet, so we're not quite, in a position to really say who is at risk of being eliminated. Because, the people that have set a time so far, they've only done one lap time. And then you've got a few cars who haven't done a lap time. Of course, Logan Sargent will be 20th because he has crashed out of qualifying. So there's only 4 spots to be determined. Going on the TV, the Chief Executive Officer of Ferrari, Benedetto, Vigna, I think it is. We're just looking at Charles Leclerc coming up to the hairpin. Through the hairpin on his soft tyres. And yeah, Ferrari weren't very quick in practice 3, but I think they didn't really show the pace they could have shown. Let's see these first Q1 laps, whether they can get on the pace of Red Bull and at least McLaren, who are looking pretty good after just one lap in Q1. Going on the screen on the TV broadcast. Leclerc 8-7 over Sainz in the qualifying head-to-head. Been very close this season between the two, and they have been factually the closest driver pairing in 2023. Now, Leclerc coming through the final chicane and now begins his first qualifying attempt. Let's see how quick Ferrari can go. Heads down into turn 1 and turn 2. And very much aggressive through there as Leclerc, Zhou and Bottas have been noted for failing to follow race director's instructions. Then it says maximum lap time. So clearly those 3 have been too slow on their outlaps. That's probably just going to be a fine or a reprimand I think. I don't think that's going to be anything serious. As Leclerc, 0.3 of a second exactly slower than Verstappen in Sector 1, which is better than what we've seen so far this weekend, but still quite far off the Red Bull. Leclerc coming up to the spoon curve. Are looking good through there. And as I've said so far this weekend, there is no visible problem with the Ferrari car. It's not as quick as the Red Bull. As he's lost about 1/10 in the middle sector to Verstappen, so this is probably going to put him in 3rd place. As Leclerc through the final chicane. Carlos Sainz quite a bit slower on this lap compared to Leclerc, 1/4 of a second slower for the first 2 sectors, and Leclerc does a 1:30.3 and goes 3rd. Let's just see what Carlos Sainz does as he comes over the line, goes 5th on a 1:30.6, 0.3 of a second slower. So Leclerc is 3rd. Carlos Sainz is 5th. And yeah, from what we've seen so far, Ferrari do not have the pace, at least, of McLaren, and are still struggling quite a bit in the first sector, which is really hampering their weekend, as we've seen so far this weekend, and that is a pattern that is discontinued, as Liam Lawson, with an improved lap, goes up to 7th place. Brilliant lap, and that's, what's that, a 1:30.9 for Lawson. Just puts himself ahead of the 2 Mercedes and Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin. So, everyone now in the drop zone, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Albon, Gasly, Sargent, all of them have not done a lap time. Of course, Sargent can't do one because he's crashed out of the session. As now we're getting the rest of the cars come out onto track with 4 minutes to go in Q1. And they're all coming out for their final run of the first part of qualifying. By the way, hello to Astro Stevo. Good to see you, mate, and great to see everyone in general. But, yeah, big queue now coming out of the pit lane. But they will all be able to get their laps underway in time. There won't be any issue with that. But with Ferrari, considering they've just done a couple lap times, which are good, will they feel the need to stay out there and do another lap time? As Lewis complaining about so much traffic and the team responding saying it's only going to get worse. Lewis Hamilton wearing his very nice shiny helmet, which would be actually better if he wore that helmet at like a night race, because it would look very nice under the lights. Would have looked very good in Singapore, but you know, his choice at the end of the day. Still looks good in the daylight as Hamilton overtaken there in the pit lane by Liam Lawson. Not sure if Lawson was already alongside, but visually to me looked like he overtook him. As both Ferraris back in the garage now, so presumably Ferrari are not coming back out. They should be fine, but we'll keep an eye on the improvement the other teams can make their final Q1 laps. We're about to enter the final 2 minutes of play, and we're currently looking at Pierre Gasly on an outlap in the drop zone, the biggest name in the drop zone. Well, probably not the biggest name, but at least the team Alpine, the biggest name in the drop zone. Can Gasly find his way out of Q1? He's been in the bottom, I think, 2 or 3 positions in 2 of the 3 practice sessions this weekend. Can he do better than that as he starts his final attempt at getting into Q2? This, of course, will be his only lap time of the session because he hasn't got a lap time at the minute as Gasly. Oh, bit of oversteer through the middle of turn 2. Had to hesitate before he committed That would have cost him a tenth of a second. Gasly, through the rest of the S's, looks fine, but not great. And this first sector has been the biggest problem for Alpine. They've been so slow in Sector 1. Gasly, though, does a pretty good first sector despite that issue. And it is a tenth of a second quicker than Magnussen behind, who is in 14th. So, yeah, good first sector despite that little problem for the Frenchman, as Ocon done the same first sector time pretty much as Gasly. Ocon, of course, in 11th place. Gasly through Spoony comes. Light loss of rear end grip on the exit, but that's all good. Gets a good little slipstream from the Williams of Alex Albon, who is still on an outlap. He needs to get to the line quickly, does Albon. There's only 23 seconds to go now, as Valtteri Bottas, with his only lap time, only goes 10th. Not sure if that's going to be good enough, to be honest. Hulkenberg, only 14th. Pierre Gasly goes up to 7th place. I think that might just be good enough for Gasly. Kevin Magnussen up to 9th. Brilliant lap by Magnussen. And Esteban Ocon goes 8th. Behind, though, teammate Gasly. As here comes Lance Stroll, who is currently in the drop zone. Nico Hulkenberg now in the drop zone. He is surely out. As George Russell goes 7th, and Lance Stroll only goes 15th, with Yuki Tsunoda behind, now in the drop zone. But can he knock Stroll out? Yes, he does. And Yuki Tsunoda goes all the way up to 7th in Q1. And Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin is out. As Fernando Alonso, now the driver at risk, in 15th. Is Alonso on a quick lap or not? Alonso is, and he has gone up to 11th place. That keeps him safe. Liam Lawson improves up to 4th. What a lap by the Kiwi. As here comes Lewis Hamilton, currently 14th. To the line. Only 10th, but it will be good enough to get him into Q2. As Alex Albon, can he get into Q2 and knock Valtteri Bottas out? Yes, he can. And Alexander Albon is in to the second part of qualifying. He goes 12th. So, let me just get the final order correct for Q1, as it is, of course, over. So into Q2, guys. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Liam Lawson, Oscar Piastri. Has just seen a replay of Zhou, and that's why he didn't improve. As he's complaining about being blocked by the AlphaTauri, but that's not why he made a mistake at turn 9, which is also known as Degna 2. Very racing driver excuse that was. Anyway, the drivers into Q2: Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Liam Lawson, Oscar Piastri, Carlos Sainz, Sergio Perez, Yuki Tsunoda, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, and Kevin Magnussen. And knocked out guys of Q1: Valtteri Bottas, Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin, knocked down Q1 for the 3rd race in a row, Nico Hulkenberg, Zhou Guanyu, and Logan Sargent. I mean, poor performance by Stroll, but are we really surprised at this point? Are we really surprised? Zhou, yeah. Absolutely embarrassing excuse. Blaming a car for blocking him when it was nowhere near him for the mistake he made at Degna 2. Unless there was a bit we didn't see that there was on the broadcast. But yeah, looked absolutely fine to me. But yeah, Q2 will be underway in probably 5 minutes tops. And of course, Q2 15-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. Let me just adjust that text slightly. There you go. Just get another dotted line out to illustrate the cutoff zone for Q2. And there you go. Only one, of course, in between those two dotted lines at the end of Q2 will be out of the session. And Alpine, even though they got both cars in, which is good, I struggled to see them getting both cars, or any car, into the top 10. Aston Martin looked pretty average here. Alonso only 14th. Yeah, wasn't a great final lap, Alonso. But I think Fernando will do better in Q2. I don't think that's quite the maximum performance of the Aston Martin. And Astro Stevo's saying Stroll needs to go. Just go play tennis and let someone better use that. The F1 needs more teams and seats for drivers. Hello to Vinster. He says, hey, F1, looks like I'm just in time. Yeah, we've just finished Q1. Now getting into the real meat of qualifying where it gets really exciting. Yeah, both Alfa Romeo cars out. I was hyping them up before qualifying, saying how, oh, look how good they're looking. They look like there could be a dark horse, maybe even get in the top 10. And yeah, both cars out in Q1. So there you go. And Zhou, after having a good practice 3, puts in a stinker and will start 19th on Sunday. So, yeah. But Aston Martin telling Stroll there a couple moments ago, make sure to stay in the car in case of deleted laps. That is a very strong level of copium that I detect at Aston Martin. Looks like there's a section there of Red Bull and Verstappen fans. The main grandstand opposite the pits. And of course, you do get a great thing here at Suzuka where, even after qualifying and the race, the fans just stay. They just stay all night, basically. They're absolutely brilliant. I wish we had, you know, in terms of other races we went to, I wish we had fans as avid and as diehard as the Japanese ones. I mean, there are other great, you know, fan bases. Obviously, the Tifosi, the Italian F1 fans, British, all of them. But, you know, the Japanese ones are on another level when it comes to their dedication to Formula One. Got some Norris fans in the grandstand as well. Kevin Magnussen. Good to see Magnussen out qualifying Hulkenberg again. Just about making it into Q2. So 2 races in a row for Magnussen out qualifying Hulkenberg. Hopefully that's a sign of a reversal in form in qualifying, where Magnussen obviously has been very poor in qualifying this year. And yeah, Astro Stevo saying Stroll would need 2 deleted laps to get in, Bottas ahead of him. Yeah. Not going to happen. As Max Verstappen about to be released from the Red Bull garage, and here he comes on the soft compound tyre. So he did a 1:29.8 in Q1. What can he do in Q2? As the session is now officially underway. If he can do a low 1:29, that would be very impressive. But we'll see how their pace is relative to McLaren, who were pretty close in Q1, only a 10.5 away from the Red Bull of Verstappen. Verstappen slowly coming through the S's on his outlap. I'm on screen soon. Verstappen just trying to baby his tyres, not put too much load through the tyre, the outlap. That's what kills the tyres here. Load going through the front tyres. And according to AWS, in the high-speed corners, Norris in the McLaren is the quickest, which is good to see. Just want to adjust the position of this timer if I can. And actually, of the text. There you go. That's better. So we've got 13.5 minutes to go in Q2. Who will be a surprise elimination? Possibly Alonso. Maybe even Mercedes. They weren't that quick in Q1. 9th and 10th they were. As Williams telling Albon, track evolution is 2 or 3 tenths. Clearly they're expecting a big gain. As Verstappen coming into the final chicane now to begin his first attempt at securing an appearance in Q3. Of course, he didn't make Q3 last week. Let's see if he can do it this week. Of course he will, but sure. Verstappen through turn 1 and turn 2. Car on rails as usual. Through the S's. That Red Bull was just perfect. It's basically like the Red Bull we saw here at Suzuka back in the V8 era. Just so far ahead of the others. No one else can have the level of grip they've got. As Max does a 31.2 in the first sector, which I've got to say, despite the car looking good, that's not as quick in the first sector as he probably could have been. Not a great first sector. It's good. Definitely not amazing. Max Verstappen through Spoon. Car absolutely fine through there. See what he does for his middle sector. Of course, he'll be the first man to cross the line, so he will go quickest anyway. Alex Albon is behind him on a lap. Happen now. Exiting the final chicane. And coming round to the line and doing a 1:29.9. So a tenth of a second slower than he went in Q1. Interesting. As Alex Albon, 1:31.5. I do wonder whether maybe they're on used tyres. That could be possible, but still. Albon up to second, but on a pretty poor lap time. 1:31.5 definitely is not quick enough to get into Q3. Charles Leclerc exiting Spoon, runs a slight bit wider than he would have wanted, but what's his middle sector like compared to Verstappen? It is, I think, nearly 4 tenths of a second slower. Yeah, this is not a great lap. Going to be basically matching what he did in Q1. Exits the final chicane to the line. And it's actually slower. It's a 1:30.4 for Leclerc. So, yeah, maybe the drivers out there on used tyres. These are not good lap times. And further evidence of that is Carlos Sainz going third on a 1:31.1. It's only 4 times on the board with 10 minutes to go in Q2. Here is Lewis Hamilton, who looked like he ran a bit too wide through the hairpin. Even though the wide line is a viable line to take, he looked like he ran it just a slight bit wider than he ideally wanted. Through Spoon, car looks fine. See what his middle sector is like compared to Verstappen. 1.1 seconds pretty much slower. That is quite a poor pace from Mercedes, as there's some dirt on the onboard camera of Hamilton. Picked up by a car ahead. As Lewis Hamilton now comes to the line and goes fourth on a 1:31.2. That is definitely not a good lap time. George Russell, a 31.1, goes up to fourth. As Sergio Perez goes second on a 1:30.3. Quite a bit better than what we've seen previously. As here are the McLarens on track. Lando Norris, purple first sector. Pierre Gasly is now 7th for Alpine. Esteban Ocon now goes 7th. Both Alpines ahead of the Williams of Albon. Liam Lawson now up to 7th. Great lap. As Yuki Tsunoda does a 1:30.3 and goes 3rd. Absolute stonking lap. As Lando Norris, a 1/10.5 slower than Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. This is a good lap, but it's not quite good enough to beat Verstappen, I don't think, as Alonso only goes 9th for Aston Martin. Lando Norris goes 2nd, 0.3 of a second away from Verstappen. Here comes Oscar Piastri, who has done a purple first sector, and he now goes 2nd, a 1/10.5 quicker than Norris, and a 1/10.5 slower he is now than Verstappen. So let me just update that quickly. Here's a replay of Russell. Slightly wide on the exit spoon. Don't know why really they're showing a replay of that, but they are. So Piastri in 2nd. And McLaren, I've got to say, until Ferrari show me something, McLaren look pretty comfortably the 2nd best team. Kevin Magnussen's still in the pits. So, with 7 minutes to go in Q2, and F1 now pretty much going back into the pit lane for a refueling and a new set of tyres. Currently on their way into Q3, Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, Perez, Tsunoda, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Hamilton, and Liam Lawson. And currently heading out of qualifying, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon, and Kevin Magnussen. As Gasly saying, I feel something in between my legs in the cockpit. Could be a reference also to something else, if you know what I mean. Here is Alex Albon on an out lap. What Albon has on this occasion. His first time was not great, was it? It was definitely not, I think, as good as what he could have done. Let's see what he can do here. As Alpine look like they just got the Alpine of Gasly back in the car. I'm not sure. But they're doing some hurried work to get that car ready. To be honest, though, given how Alpine have looked this weekend, 12th and 13th in qualifying wouldn't be that bad. That would probably be about where you would say at best they could be this weekend. So I wouldn't be that critical of Alpine in terms of their performance track side. If they were to get that, obviously they should be quicker than that, period. But that's a more fundamental issue as to why they're not quicker. As here is Alex Albon starting a new lap with 5 minutes to go in Q2. Can he get into Q3? Needs to get ahead of Liam Lawson if he can. Liam Lawson is on a 1:31.250. Albon is 0.307 of a second slower at the minute, but he has gone 0.3 of a second quicker than Lawson in the first sector, and he just had a brilliant Degner 1 and Degner 2. Absolutely perfect. Kissing the apex of the hairpin. This is a really good lap from Albon in the special Gulf liveried Williams. Bruce Spoon. Car through there. Also looking very, not very good, but good. He had a slight snap of oversteer on the exit. And now he's 7/10 of a second inside Lawson's time. This lap is going to put Albon in between the two Ferraris, I think, and probably up to 7th place as Albon exits the final chicane, comes to the line, and goes, yep, P7. And he didn't actually do a personal best final sector, so could have been better. Brilliant lap from Albon. Can that get him into Q3? Going to be tough. Because you've got drivers behind him now. Sainz, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, especially, who you would expect could go quicker. We're in the drop zone now with just over 3 minutes to go in Q2. Lawson, Alonso, Ocon, Gasly, Magnussen. Magnussen now on an out lap, who's finally come onto the track. Pierre Gasly still in the pits, and maybe whatever he reported is a proper issue with the car, and he might not be able to get back out there, which would be a shame for the team. Yeah, Kevin Magnussen clearly saving tyres, and that's why he's only come out just now for the final run. And if he gets into Q3, then fair play, because Haas have not been quick this weekend. According to the graphic there, Kevin Magnussen has not reached Q3 at Suzuka since his debut season with McLaren in 2014. Gasly now on track as Oscar Piastri is stopped in the pit lane. Thankfully, didn't get out of the pit lane because now the McLaren mechanics can get to the car, cool it down, and wheel him back. But, yeah, not quite sure why having this issue. Let's just see a replay. Pulls over. Does Piastri. Yeah, absolutely no idea what's going on there. But he should be fine. And Norris should as well. They should be fine to get through to Q3. As Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, and Albon now in the pits. So what can the rest do to secure a Q3 appearance at Suzuka? Kevin Magnussen is about to complete Sector 1. And it's a good first sector. Only 3.5 tenths slower than Verstappen in the first sector. And now up to the hairpin as Alonso does a stunning first sector. 7/10 of a second better than Hamilton's first sector. Hamilton, of course, the driver at risk. Hamilton now goes quicker than Verstappen in Sector 1. We are going to see a massive amount of track evolution here, guys. This could be this Q2. We could see a surprise elimination here, and someone could get caught out. Who will it be, though? As Kevin Magnussen, half a second up now on Hamilton after the first two sectors, as Charles Leclerc goes quickest on a 1:29.9, quarter of a tenth quicker than Verstappen. Sainz goes up to third, so Ferrari are into Q3. Kevin Magnussen goes 9th. And Magnussen into the top 10 for now. Lewis Hamilton. Oh no, that's not Lewis Hamilton. Fernando Alonso goes only 8th. Oh, that's going to be possibly not good enough. We'll have to see. As Lewis Hamilton goes 3rd. So Hamilton is safe, you would think. As Liam Lawson finishes his lap and goes up to P10. Not sure if that's going to be enough. Esteban Ocon goes up to 12th. He is out of Q2. And now we look for George Russell, currently 14th. Can he get into Q3 as Sergio Perez is up to 3rd? And Russell, yep, up to P7. Russell is into Q3. And Alonso now, the driver at risk, as Yuki Tsunoda goes 7th for AlphaTauri. And now we look at Pierre Gasly. Can he knock Fernando Alonso out in Q2? No, he cannot. He goes only 12th. So there you go. Alonso breathes a massive sigh of relief as he is in the Q3 by the skin of his teeth. But there you go. That is Q2 over and done with. Let's get into the drivers making it through to the shootout. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz, Oscar Piastri, Yuki Tsunoda. Brilliant job by Tsunoda. George Russell, Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso, and knocked out in Q2, Liam Lawson, Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon, and Kevin Magnussen. A shame Lawson missed out, but overall, we've got to say, AlphaTauri, very quick. And quicker that session than Aston Martin, mixing it with the big boys. Yeah, great to see. So, Q3 will be underway in about 5 minutes' time. And of course, will be a 12-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. There is one final thing to do, though. Couple final things to do, though, before we get into Q3. One is to end the poll in the chat that I set up a few hours ago. And I asked you guys, who will take pole position at the Japanese Grand Prix of 2023? 399 votes. And you guys voted for Max Verstappen with 71% of the vote, who will be taking pole position. He was the majority of the vote, of course. Leclerc, second on 12%. Sainz, third on 9%. Norris, fourth on 7%. Thank you guys for voting. I just want to say quickly, before we get to Q3, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because, as I'll just quickly show you, we'll be live tomorrow at 4 AM UK time, 2 hours before the race starts for the Japanese Grand Prix race preview and race watch-along. And then on Monday night, I'll be live for the weekend review. Yeah, make sure to join me for that tomorrow and on Monday. And if you want to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula 1, this is a great place to be, a subscriber. So yeah, make sure to do so if you haven't already. And if you haven't already, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 75 likes. Let's try and get up to 85, 90 likes if we can by the end of Q3. Also, I'll let you guys know in a moment when Q3 will be getting underway. But, yeah. I'm still going to stick with Max Verstappen. I think it's too risky to bet against him. And plus, the lap time Max did in Q... in what do you call it? The lap time that Max did in Q2 was not the best time he's done this weekend. He actually did a better time in Q1. So there is a lot more pace in the bag from Red Bull and Verstappen. And of course, Max only did one run in Q2, saving a set of tyres for the race. Done out beautifully at a hot Suzuka. Got quite a few Ferrari fans. Ferrari fan there in the grandstand. Yeah, the crowd very happy, of course, they'll be that Yuki Tsunoda is into Q3 and could end up with a pretty good starting position for the race. With Tsunoda as AlphaTauri, after their big upgrade in Singapore, have clearly improved by quite a bit, which is great to see going into the final few races of this season, but also going into next season, where we hope they'll be a lot better. But yeah, now it is the calm before the storm. Eagerly waiting for this session to get underway. And just some stats to go through with you guys in regards to certain teams and drivers in terms of their record here in qualifying. Red Bull and Max Verstappen, they took pole position at last year's Japanese Grand Prix, as our Q3 race control just said will start in 2 minutes' time. Max and Red Bull took pole last year. Ferrari's last pole position here was in 2019, where they actually locked out the front row. Of course, the race was a disaster at the end. McLaren, their last pole position at Suzuka, was in 2000 and... when was it? Is it 2000? No, it wasn't 2000. It was... God, when was it? It was not in the 21st century. It was in... I think possibly 1993? Either 1993 or 1991. One of those years was the last time McLaren started the Japanese Grand Prix on pole position. A very, very long time. 30 years since they were on pole here. Mercedes, their last pole at Suzuka was in 2018, when they locked out the front row, I believe. And obviously Lewis Hamilton, his last pole here was in 2018. Fernando Alonso, I don't believe has ever taken pole position here before. Yeah, Max Verstappen only has the one pole position at Suzuka. So there isn't that much experience out there of taking pole at Suzuka. Might make for an exciting last few minutes of qualifying, as McLaren bringing the wheel covers off and are now set to release Oscar Piastri. Comes out of the garage. So we will see what McLaren can do. As session now officially underway. As the first couple cars on track are the Red Bulls. Really keen to get out there and set a good benchmark for everyone else to pressingly try and beat or even get close to. Alonso in cockpit. Wondering what he can get out of this session. There is a Mercedes. As Tsunoda and Norris is coming out of the pit lane. Yeah, not everyone quite on track yet. Tsunoda's just coming into turn 1 and turn 2. As the Japanese fans go crazy, and it's great to see Tsunoda getting the ovation, really, that he deserves. He's had a great season, considering the issues that AlphaTauri have had this year, and also considering the amount of talent he has, and fully deserves to be at AlphaTauri next season, which, of course, that was officially confirmed a few hours ago. Yuki Tsunoda will be racing alongside Daniel Ricciardo at AlphaTauri for 2024. Tsunoda is just coming up to the hairpin. First attempt for everyone at pole position. Got about 10 minutes to go in qualifying, but here we are with Max Verstappen on the broadcast now on board. And yeah, if he can bang in here a low 129, then that is going to be very hard for anyone else to beat. As he begins his first attempt at pole position here in Japan in 2023, as he races into turn 1 and turn 2. And the Red Bull looking, extremely good. As close to perfect as you can be, as he now carries that Red Bull car through the S's. Yeah, looking very, very good. What's his first sector like? A 30.8. That is an unbelievable first sector. Can anyone get close to that? Perez, 7/10 of a second slower than Verstappen, as Max doesn't have a great hairpin there. Lewis Hamilton, nearly a second slower than Max. What a first sector from Verstappen, who now comes through Spoon. And that is absolutely perfect. And this, quite possibly, is going to be way too good for anyone to beat. And yeah, the middle sector, I think, is 0.8 of a second better than his previous best. This is going to be an absolutely stonking lap from the world champion as Max Verstappen comes to the line. And it's a 1:29.012. Surely that is game over. I can't see anyone matching that. As Sergio Perez goes second, 1.4 seconds slower than Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton, 1.7 seconds slower than Verstappen in third. Here comes Oscar Piastri to the line. Second, 4.5 slower than Max. As Lando Norris coming through the final chicane now. Can he at least get ahead of his teammate as Tsunoda goes fifth? And Norris does not go ahead of his teammate. He is about 0.5 slower than Piastri. So Norris only third. As Leclerc, oh no, I was going to say Russell just after Leclerc. Russell now on an outlap. For some reason, Russell going out a bit later compared to his teammate. And now Alonso on track. The two Ferraris still in the pits. They have not left their garage yet. So it's currently Max Verstappen on provisional pole by 4.5. Oscar Piastri, a 1:29.0. I can't see anyone beating that. Obviously, Verstappen will come out for a final run at the end and probably put it in the 1:28s. But yeah, I don't think Piastri and Norris will be able to do a 29.0. As Verstappen now pitting, and obviously the drivers that have done their first flying lap, they will now come into the pits as George Russell and Fernando Alonso on an outlap. And yeah, what can Russell do? Lewis Hamilton in a Mercedes, 1.3 seconds slower than Piastri in the McLaren. Surely Hamilton can do a better lap than that. I think he will. Hamilton, I think, did a 1:30.0 in Q2. So we know Hamilton can go a lot quicker. So clearly, he's either on used tyres for that first run or made a mistake. And you think the same for Perez, maybe even Tsunoda as well. As here comes Mr. Saturday. Can he produce another great lap? As he starts his first attempt of Q3 and possibly his only attempt, given that we've got 5 minutes nearly to go. As through turn 1 and 2 he comes. Car looks good through there. And into the first sector. The meat of the first sector he is in now. And yeah, the car looks okay. Nothing special. As for the first sector, 0.7 of a second slower than Verstappen in just the first sector. And that, in truth, is why no one can get near Verstappen and Red Bull, because that first sector time is from another planet. A 30.8 from Max. Alonso does a pretty good first sector. 2/10 of a second better than Russell, who has a pretty scruffy exit of the spoon curve. Yeah, good first sector for Alonso. As Russell, a second down now on Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. This is at best going to be 4th, probably even 5th for George Russell, unless the final sector is good. And we'll see as he comes to the line now. And he does go 4th by a couple tenths of a second ahead of Sergio Perez, but I doubt he'll stay there if he's not going to do another run. Here comes Alonso. 3.5 minutes nearly to go. Can Alonso put himself in a good position for the race? For the line. And it's only 6th. It's ahead of Hamilton, but I'm sure Hamilton will go a bit quicker, quite a bit quicker than he went before. So yeah, Alonso probably going to get dropped down the field as both Ferraris now on track on an outlap. So is Verstappen, Piastri, Norris and Tsunoda. And you'd think Hamilton and Perez will get back out there for another lap in a moment. Looking at Charles Leclerc exiting Degner curves. Here is just ahead of him Max Verstappen. How much quicker can he go? Can he get into the 128s? How far into the 128s can he get? Could he even do a mid 128, which would be just jaw-dropping if he did that? We're about to find out. Looks to secure pole position for the second year in a row at Suzuka. This is a track where the absolute greats of Formula One history always tend to be very, very quick here. Now, Senna, Schumacher, Hakkinen, Vettel, Hamilton, and Max Verstappen. Mercedes there passing Leclerc. I think that Mercedes might be George Russell. As Max Verstappen has now started his final attempt at securing pole position. And Charles Leclerc starts his only attempt in Q3. Verstappen in the first sector now, just going through the S's, and the car still on rails through there. And, oh, so good. That Red Bull looks so enjoyable to drive. And Verstappen for the first sector, exactly a 10th up. As Leclerc, what's he doing for the first sector? 4/10 slower than Verstappen. It's not bad, but it's nowhere near good enough to get pole. As Max already heading towards spoon as Carlos Sainz, about 1/10 of a second slower than Leclerc so far after just the first sector. As Russell and Alonso back in the pit, so they will do no more in qualifying. Where will they end up? As Max Verstappen coming to the middle sector now. And he is still a 10th up. This is going to get himself into the 128s and surely absolutely secure pole position at Suzuka. As Leclerc 4.5 tenths down on Verstappen now, almost matching Max in the middle sector. Here comes Verstappen. And it's a 128.8. Brilliant. 0.6 of a second now. Clear of Piastri. And surely he is on pole. Charles Leclerc, only 4th. He cannot get ahead of the McLarens. What can Sainz do? It's only 5th. McLaren have proved to be too quick for Ferrari. As Piastri completes his lap, doesn't improve. Lando Norris doesn't improve either. But we do still have a couple drivers out there. Perez, Hamilton and Tsunoda, who haven't completed their laps yet. Yuki Tsunoda goes up to 7th. And out-qualifies Fernando Alonso. Was only a 10th away from Russell in the end. Here comes Sergio Perez. It's 5th. At least splits the Ferraris, but 0.8 of a second slower than Verstappen. That is poor. And here comes Lewis Hamilton. Only 7th place. 7th and 8th. for Mercedes. A very poor day for the Silver Arrows, who, well, are nowhere near the action at the front. Congratulations to Max Verstappen. Brilliant lap. And he, once again, is showing why he is the best driver in the world. I know the car is the best car out there, but that was a clinic. That was an absolute clinic in qualifying. 0.6 of a second clear of the next car. Even better than I predicted coming into qualifying today. Well done, Max Verstappen, who is only a race away. Well, not this race away, but the next race weekend away in Qatar, away from securing his 3rd Drivers' Championship. Anyway, that is qualifying, guys. Let's get into the quick reaction from that session. Gotta say, massive praise for Oscar Piastri, out-qualifying Norris around a track that he's never raced at before. What a job by him. Great job by Yuki Tsunoda as well. 9th on the grid. No one that you know asking, why would Ferrari think only 1 lap would be enough? Maybe they just have the tyres left. Who knows? I'll have to look at that later on. Anyway, let me just set up a poll in the chat asking you guys, who do you think is driver of the day for qualifying in Japan? And your options for driver of the day are Verstappen, what do you call it? Yeah, Verstappen, Piastri, Tsunoda, and who else would I go for as driver of the day? I'll put Norris in there as well. So there you go. Who is driver of the day? For me, it's Max Verstappen, pretty clearly. But let me know what you think. Yeah, great job by Piastri. Great job by McLaren. Yeah, they, as long as nothing really unlucky happens tomorrow, McLaren should really secure 2nd and 3rd in the race tomorrow, because their race pace does tend to be pretty good a lot of the time. So, brilliant by McLaren. And Oscar Piastri is once again showing just how good he is and is continuing to impress and even surprise us, because I did not think it out qualified Norris this weekend. Anyway, we'll have a quick drink and then I'll get into some of your comments in the chat. As the Team McLaren drivers look pretty happy with their effort, as the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, having a chat with Max Verstappen there briefly. I'm sure the conspiracy theorists will run with. Yeah, let me know, guys, in the chat, what did you think of qualifying? What did you think of some of the good performances in there? And yeah, we'll go through some of your comments. I will admit, I am not going to I'm not gonna be sticking around for super long, because I've been live for what, 5 hours and 5 minutes, and I am pretty tired. It's 20 past 8 in the morning, and I've been awake since 4 p.m. yesterday. So yeah. Lawson, driver of the day. I was thinking about it, Astro Stevo, but yeah, I think I think Lawson and Norris, I think you could both put in there equally. So I decided to go for Norris. Blue Flag Alpha says Oscar. What a lap from both McLarens. And yeah, McLaren, super impressive. Did not see them being that good. I thought they'd have a good weekend overall, but I did not think that they would be, you know, second and third on the grid like they were at Silverstone. But in the end, what has allowed them to finish in those positions is their speed through high-speed corners. We saw at Silverstone how good they are in the high-speed corners, and they've shown here again. Also, talking of Liam Lawson, earlier, about an hour ago, Red Bull announced Liam Lawson would be, or is, for next year, the reserve driver for both AlphaTauri and Red Bull. Right, let's find some other comments here if I can. Actually, I will in a moment. Let me just look on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you to add to what we've just witnessed in qualifying. I got to say, that wasn't one of the most exciting qualifying sessions. It was definitely one of the qualifying sessions of 2023, but it wasn't anywhere close to some of the best ones we've had this season. So yeah, can't see anything else on Twitter. So let's come to you guys in the chat. I would say shit happens for getting into the 128s, but I'm an Aussie and Piastri out qualifying Norris at this track and being on the front row is huge. It is. It is. I was saying through the weekend I didn't expect Piastri to be on Norris's pace. I thought Norris would have an extra 2-3 tenths of a second over him. Yeah, massive credit to him, and he is building a bigger pace for next year for possibly taking on Norris and vying for the #1 driver option at McLaren, because he is getting better and better every race week. And remember last week, didn't have a great qualifying, was very unlucky, but he came from 17th on the grid up to 7th in a very impressive performance. And, of course, hasn't had a podium yet this season, but surely will be on the podium tomorrow. It's going to take something really unlucky for Piastri not to get on the podium. Really, yeah, McLaren should be on the podium with both cars. McLaren from race says, ever since the checkered flag went down in Singapore, Max was seething. This is a revenge attack, lol. Pretty much. He's let the peasants have their fun. He's let them have their bread. But now he's confiscated it for the rest of the season. Brett says, well, good morning to most of you, but good night to me. Lol, see you all Sunday. Cheers, mate. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow for the race. And make sure, guys, to join for the race tomorrow. I'll get to the details of my stream and what time I'm starting and all of that. Lawson deserves more than just reserve driver duties, definitely. Gasly, Albon, and Ocon being replaced by a new generation of young talent. I wouldn't quite say that yet. I mean, Piastri is a, slightly younger generation, or a bit younger generation than Gasly and Ocon. But, yeah, I wouldn't quite jump the gun that early. Perez just outclassed and broken. Needs to go. The thing is, if they're going to replace him, the only person they can replace Perez with, I think, is probably Daniel Ricciardo. But Ricciardo hasn't proven enough that he's got the performance to be definitely good enough and better than what Perez has been doing. And I know Tsunoda's had a good season, but, Lawson has kind of shown Tsunoda up a bit in the last couple of races, even though Yuki has been a bit unlucky in the last couple of races with breakdown and, damage, stuff like that. Yeah, if there was a clear option to replace him, then I'd say yes, but I don't think there is. Vince says, thanks, Chazza and crew. I'll try to see you all tomorrow. Cheers. Cheers, mate. And, yeah. Probably going to read 2 or 3 more comments, I reckon, and then we'll get to the end of the stream. Because, like I said, I'm absolutely fucked. Yeah, 5 hours and 10 minutes into the stream. Thanks for that, Blue Flag Alpha. Says, thanks for the stream. See you all tomorrow. Astro Steve says, yes, Ricciardo back in Red Bull Racing for Perez. Yuki and Lawson AlphaTauri would be my choice. I can understand. I can understand why you think that. I mean, I wouldn't be against that, you know, that, or those lineups for Red Bull and AlphaTauri, as long as the evidence was there that Ricciardo was, you know, or is going to be better than Perez. So, yeah, let's see when Ricciardo gets back in the car in a couple of weeks. Let's see where he's at. Hopefully he hasn't suffered a loss of performance from that broken bone. Popper Woody says, Chazza, Piastri's effort was huge, but your effort, as usual, was massive. This show is my go-to show for F1. Thank you. Love it. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate you saying that. Yeah, cheers for that. Comments. And yeah, one good thing for Piastri was thankfully that him stopping in the pit lane in Q2 wasn't an issue. I think what happened in reality was probably McLaren saw that he was going to get through to Q3 and probably just said, yeah, don't even bother going out because there's no point. And that would have saved McLaren a set of tyres. I'm not sure if that's actually what they did. But if that's what they did, I wouldn't be surprised because that would be the logical decision. But yeah. Thanks, guys, for coming along to the stream today. Again, massively appreciate you guys. I'll just finish up this poll in the chat where I've asked you guys, who is driver of the day for qualifying in Japan? 44 votes, and with 47% of the vote, Max Verstappen wins it with Piastri second, Tsunoda third, and Lando Norris in fourth. But yeah, let's get into the next 2 pieces of content. And of course, I will be back live tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. UK time for the race preview and race watch along. I'll be joined by my co-commentator Niblo. Probably will join me a bit earlier on stream than normal. Of course, timing-wise, it's quite a good race for him. So yeah, make sure to join us for the race tomorrow. And then weekend review Monday night live at 8 p.m. UK time, where we'll go through some of the talking points from the last couple Grand Prix. Of course, we've just this is, you know, the end of a back-to-back in Asia. So make sure to come along to those 2 streams. And before you go, guys, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. Before you go as well, if you haven't already, make sure to smash a like button. We're nearly on 90 likes. Let's try and get as close to 100 likes if we can before the end of the stream. And if you do have Twitter and you want to keep up to date with my channel, make sure to follow me on Twitter. ChazHD is on Twitter, or the @ is ChazHD5. And then we have the Discord server, another great place to keep up to date with the channel. Discord link down below to server if you want to join our community over there of about 500 members. But guys, until the race watch along tomorrow and my stream starting at 4 a.m. UK time, 2 hours before lights out at Suzuka, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.